What happens if you get to Wutai without Yuffie in your party? Nothing, actually. You're able to walk around Wutai, but you can't actually do anything there. Like, you are able to get to the city and you can walk around, but you can't actually trigger any of the quest lines or anything like that. It's the most, like, uninteractive town. Jesus. I sound really loud. Like, louder than normal. At least in my own head. Speaking primarily about the, where the fuck is the Go XLR? Here it is. Mixer. Mic monitor. Oh, it's actually that the microphone for the mic monitor and hearing yourself in your own headphones was high. With these IEMs, I have to turn down what I hear of myself in my headphones because otherwise I'm really loud in my own ears. I want to be able to hear myself, but I don't want to feel like I am blasting my own brain apart. So she doesn't take your stuff? No, but you also can't get any of the stuff there. You can't challenge the pagoda. You can't do the quest lines. It's really strange. Did you also know that there's a limit to how much she can take? Yep. Okay. Yeah, the girl's got priorities. Priorities. All right. Greetings and salutations, everybody. My name is MichaelSchwahn, and welcome to the stream. Today is Sunday, October 16th, 2022. What does that mean for us today? So for today, we are going to be checking out a lot of game trailers. If you have too many material, you can delete material, which gives them back. Yeah, I knew that one too. And that one isn't nearly as forgiving. It just seems to just delete shit. So for one real quick note also, though, for everybody, because I know that before, when I had everything staged already, people were like, your tabs, oh my god. So instead of having every trailer open in a tab already, I created a Google Doc. I got a Google Doc with all of the trailers and the links and everything here. So I'll just open them when we're getting ready to do the next one instead of giving people anxiety with the 17 tabs, 17 windows with 20 tabs in each of them. We're learning, we're growing. So anyway, what are we checking out today? We're going to be checking out Destiny's Sword. It technically releases tomorrow. And there's some interesting information about that one that we'll be talking about. Imperial Dreams, the last hero of Nostalgaia. That is not nostalgia, that is Nostalgaia. The Last Worker, The Valiant, Hell is Others, Mario plus Rabbids Sparks of Hope, Second Extinction, Phantom Abyss, The Pegasus Expedition, Gotham Knights, New Tales from the Borderlands, Persona 5 / Royal, and Mountain Blade 2 Bannerlord is everything we're going to be checking out today on stream. We're also going to be doing some stream raiders. Where are we on this? I think we're going to start up here. What game doesn't have interesting information in today's climate? Oh, man. Some of them are more interesting than others, though, right? Like, some are just more interesting than others. Like, I agree, Eve, but some it's just like, wow, really? Okay. Interesting. Fascinating. All right, so I'm gonna go right there. We can go ahead and actually have everyone else place around here with me. We'll need a couple of ranged units to go get up into that. And then we'll need a couple of rogues here to get into that. I would say a couple of archers, but I don't know if they'll make it because these guys are right here, but I can always try, right? I never found out what you're talking about when it came to Ghostbusters on Twitter. So real quick, what happened with Ghostbusters? So Ghostbusters Spirits Unleashed releases in 2 days, and they had a preview build essentially they had keys that were given out to content creators for them to show off the game as part of, like, you know, the hype building and stuff like that. It's very common now, of course, you know, and that's perfectly fine. It's not an issue with that, but the handling of that event wasn't being handled by the developers. It's being handled by a PR company called Evolve, or Evolve PR. And so they were coordinating this event. They sent out a bunch of keys to everybody and were like, hey, you know, we want to, you know, do this sponsorship agreement, or this partnership, you know, we're going to give you a key and blah, blah, blah. And then you'll play our game and it's going to be this ad and stuff like that. And one of the content creators, and I think it's fine to say so because it's been worked out pretty well. A content creator that I actually follow not super closely, but I do appreciate. His name is the Pool Shark, or Eric. He's one of the largest content creators on Facebook gaming, actually. He got his keys and the embargo agreements and everything, but they sent him the information with 2 different times. Like, they were like, at one point in the document, it said we're going to start at, I don't know the exact time, but we'll say at one point the document said we're going to start at 2. At another point in the document, it said we're going to start at 3. And he's like, well, which is it? Do we start at 2 or do we start at 3? And so, not knowing and not being able to get a hold of the PR company, he started the game at 2:30 and then sat on the menu screen for 30 minutes and then started playing the game at 3. Because he was like, well, I'll split the difference. I'll start at 2:30. And then if I see other people playing, then I could just be like, oh, okay, I'm just fucking late. Damn, that sucks, right? But then no one else was playing. He's like, well, I guess I'm just going to wait on the menu screen until for 30 minutes to pass, because apparently it's the other time. And then he started playing after 30 minutes. Well, the PR company saw him load up the game 30 minutes early and then just, like, started trashing him and, like, put him on blacklist, contacted other PR companies, be like, don't work with this guy. He breaks embargo and all this shit. And he's like, look, motherfuckers, this is your paperwork. And they're like, oh. Yeah, our bad. Sorry. I'll call those people that I called and said you were a piece of shit. I'll tell them that you're not a piece of shit. Our bad. They didn't even take down the public posts about, like, dragging him through the fucking dirt. They responded with an apology and said they would, like, try to fix it in responses to their posts about, like, dragging them through the shit. And then there was a whole bunch of people that are like, nah, fuck you. Like, you're a piece of shit. You still didn't take down these posts, and you're not, like, actually doing anything on a relevant scale. And so I'm just, you know what? I'm just not going to support the game. And I'd already felt that Ghostbusters Spirits Unleashed was in a really awkward spot because it is an Epic Game Store exclusive, and it's a 1v4 game like Dead by Daylight. And I feel like being an Epic Game Store exclusive for certain games is fine, like single player games, right? Like, I don't feel like Mortal Shell was particularly hurt by initially being a Epic Game Store exclusive. Would I have preferred it not to be? Of course. You know, I would have, of course, preferred it not to be an Epic Game Store exclusive, but I don't think that the life of that game lives or dies on its Epic Game Store exclusivity, right? But when you have a strictly multiplayer game that does live or die on having a healthy player base and having a healthy amount of visibility, locking that to the Epic Game Store is not a good thing. Well, the thing is that they didn't put top level posts, Eve, on taking down the posts. Like, it's not a matter of hiding their mistakes, because the thing is that the only post that people were still seeing was their initial shit talk posts. Like, in a general sense, I know what you're saying, but that's not how Twitter works. Tweets on Twitter exist in an island, and so you only see what is on that island. And so if somebody subtweets or tweets separately, or if they just tweet down in the replies, it's very difficult for something like an apology to be seen, especially when it is inflammatory. And so what you should do is you should take down the post, and then in a new post, which creates a new island, say, you know, earlier today we tweeted out some stuff that was factually incorrect. It was an error on our side, blah, 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 because there will still be people that solely see that original post and won't know that things have grown or evolved beyond it. So like Twitter, like normally I would agree with you, but there are sections, especially on Twitter, where that isn't applicable because the way that Twitter as a platform functions. Quote tweet would have been better. If there was a way to deactivate a tweet, because like I understand for like archival purposes, deleting a tweet looks bad, but because of the way that Twitter presents information, you can easily, even as a quote tweet, you can see that initial inflammatory tweet and never even see the quote tweet or the responses to it. And so you would still have, even after the fact, even with a quote tweet, a new surface level tweet, anything like that, people still only seeing the initial inflammatory tweet and just taking that as the circumstance. Now, could you push it onto people and say, hey, you need to be more responsible for the information that you consume, and like maybe you should look a little deeper? Yeah, probably, but people are stupid, so that's not how it's going to work. All right. Okay, let's get down to business. So just as a note, everybody that is here, I will do my best to remember. If you're hanging out today, please try and do me a favor and remind me to change my hat after every reaction and change my shirt after every 3 reactions. If you can, I will do my best to remember, but it doesn't mean that I am guaranteed to do so. So I do have these in a list. This is not the order that we are going to actually be doing these, though, because otherwise these will largely end up going live in the order that they are on this document. And with that in mind, I need to try and look like they weren't all recorded on one day. Change the drawers after every reaction. I don't know if I have enough drawers. Do I have 14 pairs of underwear? Probably. Be cutting it close. What if I wrote in quotation marks? The problem is that I won't be recording these in the order that they are on the page, Eve. Like in general, that'd be a good suggestion. And in the future, I should probably make like a second document that has them in the order that I'm going to record them versus the order that they're going to go live. But it's a process. It's a developing process. And to Solak, I saw all the stuff in Discord. I have not had a chance to respond to it yet. But in a very, like I'm gonna go into Discord and I'm gonna type out a larger response. But in a general sense, the twist, it doesn't bother me, but I still don't like it. I'm not angry at it. I'm like, oh, okay, I guess that works. But I don't like that the game pulled a fast one on the player as like a gotcha. Because in the first game, the characters were just as lost as we were. And that felt organic. It felt immersive. Whereas in this one, we were the ones that were like being like, you know, and I'm just like, fuck you, I guess. I mean, I like the story. I like your explanation. I like the way that things played out. But being the butt of the ultimate joke of the like fourth wall narrative, I didn't feel like it was very good. I still feel like the story of the first game is better. Gameplay of the second game is better. Okay. What's the easiest way to do this? Will this work? No. Let's get some trailers open. Supposedly, Uchikoshi has an idea for 3 with Iris having a major role. I just want to know what Marco looks like. The key to a murder mystery, the characters never know more than you. Why I love Agatha Christie. Well, and it's not that the characters knew more than we did. It was that the characters were more aware of, trying to say this in a non-spoilery way. The characters knew just as much as we did. No, we knew just as much as the characters did, but the characters in the game had a more naturally had a stronger grasp on the information due to circumstances that weren't made clear to the player. Is the way that I would try to phrase that. We all had the same information, but they had a different glossary than we did. They were using a different map. And we technically had the right map. We were just holding it upside down. I'm trying to say this as unspoilery as possible. So it's probably really weird sounding and vague, but it's intentional, and I'm sorry. Okay. Turn this down just a little bit. Is this look zoomed out? No, it's just because it's on the big screen. You could probably zoom in a little bit and it wouldn't hurt anything.
Your brothers and
Calm down, Killer Instinct. Calm down. Okay, so if you're new here, welcome in. Thank you much for being here. What we're doing on Sundays is we do these reaction streams where we record reactions that will be chopped up and put up onto YouTube. The way that these work is I will blabber off an intro. We'll check out the trailer together. We'll talk about the trailer. Once it feels like the conversation is coming to an end or it's just time to go, then we will then I'll read an outro. We'll make faces. Face gets used in the thumbnail, rinse and repeat. I hear what Athena's talking about. It does actually sound like the attack on the microphone is too strong right now. Nothing should have changed. We can take the threshold down a little bit lower. The lowest attack is 10 seconds. Okay, does that... This is nothing that you will all hear. That's just a note. This is purely it sounding like it's eating certain things in my headphones. So the compressor doesn't need touched. It actually probably could be the de-esser. No, that's the compressor. It could be the de-esser that's actually trying to eat the breath sounds. Yeah, that's what it was. Okay. I don't think it was actually hurting on the attack or release. I think it was strictly the de-esser making it sound like sounds were not coming through correct way. Anyway, why not use a larger screen like theater or whatever it's called? So I actually have an old breathe for me. I actually have an old TV. It's an old flat screen TV. It's nothing special, but it's a pretty decent size. It's like 32 inches. And I really want to mount it behind my setup, like up there, so that I have a fourth screen, especially for things that can just be thrown up there. Like Discord could go up there while I'm streaming, because I don't need, I have Discord open, but I don't always need to be able to see it. Same with like Spotify. Spotify could go up there and it could like take away some of the squish that we have. And there has been times that I'm like, I really want another window. Where do I put it? Okay. All right. Let's get ready to do one of these before the battle is ready. Time to get a VR streaming set up. Oh, I thought about it. There's so many things that I want to do, but there's this big issue of time. That says coming 2022. We'll use this one, even though it's not as nice. No, I'm going to use the other one. I don't care if the date's wrong. What about this one? That is very difficult to see the logo on there. All right. This one works. This one works. All right. Everybody, and if you would like to say hi to YouTube, if you're a subscriber, we do have these YouTube swans that would allow you to say hi to the YouTubes. If you don't want to use the YouTube swan and you want to use any other emote, you're more than welcome to do so. That's just the one that's built for that purpose, but you can use the hi swan, you can use the dead swan, the re-swan, whatever fits your fancy. All right. We're starting with an interesting one. Oh. Greetings and salutations. My name is MichaelSchwahn and welcome to the channel. We have some more reaction content for you, and today we are checking out Destiny's Sword. Now, in terms of trying to explain what Destiny's Sword is, I don't know, because as I was getting the materials together for this video, it became very, very confusing, and we'll kind of go through what we mean by that as we get through these videos. It looks like this game was originally showed off back in, what is the timing of this first video? Back in August of 2019, and it looks like it's had a really hard time with development and finding in its identity. Development problems are not new today, but when I found out what they were originally trying to do versus like what their Steam page says, it raises some questions. But we'll get to those. But first, let's see where this initially came from. So this is the pre-alpha teaser from August of 2019.
The galaxy rests on a knife's edge. Division grows as conflict spreads. Once a remote paradise world, Cyprus has now become a battleground, caught in the struggle for resources and power.
Ooh, lots of frames.
Empower and inspire your team. Evolve and adapt your tactics. And shape the future for all. But at what cost? Write your story, Destiny Sword, coming 2022.
So really all that looked like was about, you know, kind of like a tactical RPG, maybe. Like at one point it's like, oh, okay, is this like a turn-based RPG where it's just like dodgeball style, but maybe with like some area effect style mechanics, thinking like, you know, Chrono Trigger. And then you get into this and you're like, okay, so maybe it's more like tactical, right? Well, like Fire Emblem or XCOM. But the thing is it's still even harder to determine what it is after that. And so let's jump forward from August 2019 to September of 2020, where they showed off the alpha build for Destiny Sword.
The toughest battles are fought within the mind.
You know, if the words infinite are used in a story, in a game trailer for anything beyond the title, I start to not believe you. Looks very much like the footage we already saw, except with some extra, like, non-combat menus. They're doing, like, a surgery there. We've all been the hero. It's time to be a leader. What? Okay, so we're gonna keep moving because honestly, like, so before we watch their latest trailer, which is the official trailer for the game, okay? So this is a walkthrough for the game's alpha build, but this is also 2 years old. This is also from September of 2020.
You will never succeed alone, but in command of your squadron, you're unbeatable. You'll need to lead your troops not only into battle, but out of battle and into the world of what happens after the fighting is over. This is Destiny's Sword. Destiny's Sword is a strategic living narrative game featuring unprecedented character depth.
Strategic living narrative.
Footage of the alpha version of the game, which will have a playable demo on Steam during PAX Online beginning September 12th. In Destiny's Sword, you will join thousands of other players to create intertwined adventures and shape the evolution of the story together.
You will join thousands of other players.
By Two Dogs Games, a veteran development team. The game leverages their...
Does Two Dog Games actually work on those games? No, they don't. The studio must be made from devs that have worked on these games.
Proprietary Insight Engine character AI technology to produce an infinite number
of
characters that fill the galaxy. Players command a squadron of futuristic troops sent to quell unrest on the planet Cyprus while securing the supply of lucidium for their faction. Players are assigned to guilds, and each guild strives to upgrade their support ship with capabilities that include medical bays for treating wounded characters, engineering capacity to upgrade squads' armament and craft massive playable fighting machines, and a guild hall where players can interact with each other and participate in social events. But the heart of your Destiny Sword experience is your troops. Each player commands up to 20 characters, and every character in the game has a unique backstory and personality that will react differently to other characters and situations. This means getting to know your characters and guiding their development is key to the success as a team. Every addition or subtraction from
emotional state matrix.
He's scared as fuck.
We can see the depth of these characters on display in the recruiting menu. As we recruit various characters, we can explore their diverse backgrounds and personalities.
Why does every character stand the same way?
Their personality values are fogged to us, but as we engage with them and experience events with them, that fog diminishes until we have a really clear picture of what makes each character tick. We can talk to characters to try to find out whether they'll be a good fit with our team. And
what's my emotional state matrix say?
Personality traits.
Concerned. Wait, what are my options?
For our squad. Let's jump over into combat and initiate the war game mode. This is like a persistent game of Risk where we fight to capture and hold territory for our faction. We can outfit our
So you're trying to build a game that is planet-side,
in battle, we can
but
our squad's abilities to give them
a tactical RPG.
Or we can tip the course of the battle by activating command order cards, which can trigger repair systems on the squad's power armor or call down death and destruction from our orbital support ship. Events that our characters experience in combat
or like For Honor, but it's a tactical RPG.
With other characters, and these will in turn affect their performance in future battles. How we manage our team off the battlefield is just as important as our strategy on it. Injured characters need to be healed and damaged equipment repaired, and top guilds will have a slick support network where players take turns performing medical and engineering procedures for each other when not engaged in combat. These medical and engineering procedures affect character psychology just as much as the combat, and when it all gets too much, commanders use various tools to support their troops through their emotional turmoil, including engaging in
You are
dialogue
your
with their
soldier's
characters and
therapist.
attending social activities
Not a good
within
idea.
Guildhall.
Your commander should not be your
Guildhall
therapist.
social activities will include things like parties, which help characters blow off steam, parade drills, which help characters regain focus and come back to Earth,
Drugs.
and
Oh, man,
funerals,
you're
which help
scared? Here you go,
characters gain
man.
closure and deal with their grief if a comrade falls in battle. All players who attend while these activities are active will gain the benefits, and activities will also provide
Man, this sounds like some
opportunities
mobile
for
game shit.
characters to interact with each other, drawing players into the ongoing stories themselves. Guildhall activities can be bought with social currency that is earned by helping other players, either through healing their characters and repairing their equipment, or by assisting in one of the
Admittedly, it also kind of looks like some mobile game shit.
boss battles.
It's not,
All of
though.
this takes place
Yet.
in a rich narrative universe created by our New York Times bestselling author M.D. Cooper. MD has written our prequel novel, Lucidium Run, and has over 500,000 copies sold in her own Aeon 14 universe. Destiny Sword,
But
was
not in this
created into a
universe.
rich,
She
global
sold
narrative
500
events that will
copies, and that's
play
because
out
that was what was
consistent,
required for the print
massively
run.
multiplayer escape rooms. Players will work together to solve puzzles and uncover the information they need to overcome thematic challenges, hacking terminals, fighting fires, and interrogating characters in the scene. These events will offer players access to exclusive customization, items, and achievements, but they will also provide the opportunity to shape the evolution of the story itself. Event results will shape each new novel in our ongoing series, as well as the dynamic story within the core game. Players who stood out during these events will have...
So, you know, I'm going to pause this right here, okay? So they actually have what, on paper, sounds like a really cool pitch, okay? There's this world, there's 3 different factions, players commit to the factions, you have these living, breathing characters that you want to take care of and care for that are within your party, and the actions that you make, they go forward and they shape the world and the story within the game, and then that actually leads to what changes next, right? Like that, what season 2 happens, the devs will build based off of the events in season 1, or maybe like season 3 is based off of season 1 so that they can have development time while season 2 is going, or whatever, right? And then they're even going to take that farther with something like printing novels based on the actions of the players and the characters that they command. That's cool and all, but let me tell you what, it never works, okay? And it's not because it couldn't work, it's because it doesn't work. Let me tell you a quick little story about a very lovely fucking trading card game called Legend of the Five Rings, okay? Legend of the Five Rings is a fantastic card game at its core, okay? But they pursued a similar venture of that the people that, the factions that won the large tournaments, and ultimately the winner of the large tournament would get to make adjustments based off of the actions within the tournament, and the winner would get to design a character or a card that would then become a character and a card for future sets and future things in the stories. And it fucking did terribly, because you know what? You shouldn't trust people who aren't story writers and people who aren't actually like involved with those processes any level of genuine control over those things, because the general populace is an idiot. I understand it sounds really cool, but trust me, it will not work. But okay, so now, that said, okay, so we're going to go to the Destiny Sword website real quick. On the Destiny Sword's website, okay, the first MMO to realistically portray mental health. It's a groundbreaking, socially driven MMO that cultivates empathy, strategic thinking, and cooperation in stark contrast to the in-game cultures of conventional online games. Experience exciting cinematic combat while supporting your character's psychological and mental health throughout their combat careers. Not a therapist. A community-first MMO. Cooperative gameplay mechanics encourage communication and teamwork, assuring that all players are valuable and able to contribute to a meaningful way, regardless of their achievement level or intensity of play. Before we watch the latest trailer, we're going to step also over to the Steam page for Destiny Sword. So this is the Steam page for Destiny Sword. And I'm gonna highlight this right here. Here, let me make it bigger. Make it bigger. Make it bigger. Let me make it bigger. That's as big as it goes. We're gonna look right here. Okay? We're gonna look right here. Hello? Hang on. This is set by the people that set up the Steam page. Okay? The people that are creating the game, they set this up, right? That says single player. Now, mind you, this alpha build showcase that we just watched, this walkthrough about like what you're going to do and how it's going to work, is from September of 2020. There was almost no information that I could find that was like tangible for like where this game was going. Because on their YouTube page, right? So this is their YouTube page. Their actual YouTube page, their last video is a deep dive into character interaction from September of 2020. This right here, Destiny Sword official trailer, this is from their publisher, Bonus Stage Publishing, who I've not really heard of either, right? This game fucking disappeared off the surface of the planet for 2 years. Their website still says it's a fucking MMO, okay? And right here on their Steam page, it is single player. A living narrative graphic adventure. Explore distant worlds, forge friendships, and lead your troops through an epic adventure. Coming soon, wishlist now. It releases on October 17th. And so early access, dynamic narration, sci-fi adventure, right? And in this, their like early access blurb that Steam, I don't know if Steam requires it, right? But in their little early access blurb, they don't talk about the MMO portion of this game. I don't think this is an MMO anymore. I don't think it is. I think like, and in terms of like the pitch, right, of like just a more story driven, really deep narrative, like if you can achieve like an emotional state where you care about the characters and stuff like that, that's perfectly fine. But it's so weird, the massive amount of difference between what we just got done watching. Now, mind you, that's all alpha footage, right? But their website still says it. And there's even a page right here from Massively OP about asking about what happened to the Kickstarted MMO, because apparently this was Kickstarted. And they apparently it was even a successful Kickstarter, although it only raised $23,000. Flash forward 2 years, and it's single player, right? I will include links to all of this down in the description below, but it's super weird. It's just very, very odd to me. The characters look like if Yoji Shinkawa, the Metal Gear Solid director, character designer, reimagined Stormtrooper armor. Yeah, I can see it. I can see it. It's not a bad interpretation. This sounds wildly exploitative. Well, I mean, it doesn't have a price on Steam yet. If it's cheap, I wouldn't say it's exploitative. I mean, especially since it's now at least a single player game. If it is a reasonable experience, it might not be that bad. Honestly, if I could get some boss to play MMO single player, I'd be totally up if there was more of them. Fair. Their goal is $25,000 for an MMO. That's a different conversation, but I feel like there's a lot of things that we don't know, okay? I feel like there's a lot of things we don't know. But anyway, here's now moving into September of 2022, the official trailer for Destiny Sword.
Command teams of skilled troopers. With scars that aren't just physical. Determine the fate of the mission and the squad.
I think they took out the combat.
Empathy will be your most powerful tool.
Yeah, I think they took out the combat. Like, given that we see what looks like a conflict screen right here, and then like we see like again another one right here, and like it looks like they just got their artist to do a lot more work, which isn't bad. You know, it's not bad. But we see the three characters that have shown up, right? And they're trying to deal with a mob, and you got like this conflict bar that can either go lower or higher, right? And then where was that other screen that I took notice of? So, and then you got like these decision moments right here about like, are you going to arrest these guys or warn them and let them go? I feel like, so with a visual novel with added flair, yeah, I think you're right, Eve. I think that is probably a very good description. It doesn't say that on the page here, but I think that might be correct, especially because the tags on the Steam page are dynamic narration, sci-fi adventure. If there was a turn-based RPG element, it would probably be on there. If there was a tactical element, it would probably be on there. So I think that the game has just completely moved away, although it is strange as hell to me that their website is still up and still looks this way. But and there is no updated information on this. Everything on this website is still from 2020, by the way. It is all still from 2020. So, yeah, anyway, dynamic narration is the code for visual novel in the West, if you ask me. Yeah, because if you say visual novel, you got a bunch of Westerners that are like, "Oh no, it's a Japanese game book thing." Yeah, you're right, but maybe they lost access to their page. I don't know. At a certain point, you think the domain would expire, but regardless. So that's Destiny's Sword. It releases like today. It might be out when you're watching this. I have no idea actually what it is or is meant to be, because as I started to try and get the materials together for this, it got more confusing. So yeah, that's Destiny's Sword. Let me know what your thoughts are. Leave them down in the comments below. I'd love to hear from you. Yeah. If you want to keep up the conversation elsewhere, two great places to do so are Discord and Twitter. Speaking of Discord, we actually have a channel dedicated to these reactions where you can place links of your own that we can watch together live on stream. And if we do stream 4 days a week, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday, and I would love to see you there. If you enjoyed this video, please leave it a like. If you want to catch future videos, please subscribe to the channel. And if you do go watch one of the other videos on the channel, or if I see you in the live stream, thank you and enjoy. Similar games I've played, Mass Effect 2. I don't really think that's accurate based on the trailer. Sure it is. Sure it is. If you strictly look at the world design. World design wise, it's spot on. I'm going to try and get these people in there fast. Yeah. I was so confused as I actually was trying to gather that information together. And like when I was because I don't watch the trailers beforehand, right? So I grabbed those initial alpha trailers and I was like, oh, they got a website. Let me see if there's anything extra on their website. And then it was like community driven MMO. And I was like, whoa, what? 3 tanks that can be yours for 420 channel points. Nobody got any kills or assists. We just won with the sheer power of our force of will and our absolute badassery. We just showed up, flexed, and they just gave up and left. Good job, everybody. Shoshi be getting the tanks back to the map. Oh, yeah. I need to place another rogue. I don't think this is the map to place another rogue, though. No, we need to place some defense. Defense! Defense! Couple of tanks there. Couple of tanks there. Big vibes over here. Big vibes, I said. Okay. On to the next one. There's no time to waste. Okay, we won't be recording Imperial Dreams next because this will be going live the same day as Destiny's Sword. So we have to skip, right? We have to skip. Like, I think for the sake of me being able to keep better track of it, we could just skip each one. If you look at the thumbnails, there would only be one video between the shirts. At least initially. That's fine. I'm probably overthinking it. The hat has been changed, but thank you, Eve. I didn't even notice it's supposed to help you remember is fruitless. No, the reminder is still quite welcome, okay? Oh God, why? Why would you start playing when I full screened? That's not what I wanted. What's that hat a reference to? This is from Hawaii. Fia Fia is actually a I can't remember the name. Fia Fia is actually a name for is actually a term used by the indigenous people of Hawaii, and it. Man, of course, when you asked me, all of the information for it just blanked out of my brain. But it's a term. Fia Fia is a ritualized public social occasion that comprises an exchange between two or more sides of various kinds of gifts, which need not be material, including skits, theatrical performances, food, money, speeches, and even clowning, but mainly dancing. Okay. All right, time for another one, everybody. Drop in your YouTube swans, your high swans, your re-swans, your dead swans, whatever fits your fancy. And let's go ahead. All right, here we go. Greetings and salutations. My name is MichaelSchwahn and welcome to the channel. We have some more reaction content for you, and today we are checking out the last hero of Nostalgaia. Now, you would be forgiven, or at least I forgave myself, because I was reading this over and over again, and I was reading the last hero of Nostalgia, and I was like, oh, is this gonna be like a reference game or something? That could be kind of funny. And then like I had to copy and paste the name to like find it on Steam or something like that, and I was like, that's not how nostalgia is spelled. Yeah, you're right. It's definitely not how it's spelled. This is a satirical Soulsian, okay? What that means, we'll find out. So, yeah, well, I'm gonna let them tell us what that means. So let's make sure that this doesn't refresh all over the place on us, and let's have a good time.
Right, yes, indie game from Coasting? Coatsing over the moon, Souls-like heroes. Here we go. In the age of the great forgetting, a spreading pixelation renders everything and everyone into decay. The land of Nostalgaia needs a high-fidelity hero.
Go away, hero!
Right. But what maketh a hero? Dost thou possesseth the thirst for adventure? Shall ye show valor in the face of fearsome enemies? And will thee restore peace, harmony, and fidelity to the people? For you are the last hero of Nostalgaia. And what even is that? Is this a joke? You're the most pixelated thing here. You can't save anyone. No wonder they were booing. It's like a placeholder. Like someone forgot to load in the hero.
Okay. So that was the announcement trailer. So you are apparently Joe Dark Souls trying to save the graphical fidelity of the world. Okay. Here's the gameplay trailer.
Welcome to the last hero of Nostalgaia. Okay, start over.
Yes, indeed. It is called Nostalgaia, where the...
No story. This is the gameplay trailer. Yes, Nostalgaia is the world of video games, and it needs you. Well, that looks familiar.
Does it?
Terrifying and perilous bosses. Fight together and die together.
Let me regale you with a tale of corruption, greed, and heroism. Nostalgaia's memories.
Can we just talk for a moment that the shots where it's just the stick man, bro's naked. Now I know that naked runs are a thing in Dark Souls and in basically any Soulsian game, but he is just naked.
Had flattened like books without pages.
Enter the hero.
Pixels were the problem.
We can fix this. Customize them. Pick a class.
Customize your pixels.
You are not worthy.
Level up. Perfect. Oh, you'll need equipment. Others can guide you.
Tri-finger, butthole.
Side quests.
Behold dog.
Really get stuck in with this hero business. Danger absolutely everywhere.
I am trained.
All of this and much, much more is coming soon.
Wishlist, the last hero of Nostalgaia, and defy all my expectations.
See, you are the hero.
Choo-choo! I hate you.
I like want to be mad at it, but I just like kind of can't. Like, I just, you know who's gonna love this? Napalm. Okay, yeah, you right. Napalm is going to love this. So this actually releases very, very soon. It releases just a couple of days. It's gonna release on October 19th. It is only available on PC and Xbox. It is not coming to PlayStation, and it is not on Xbox Game Pass as well, as just a note there. Wow. You know, I didn't know what to expect when we clicked on it and it said a satirical action adventure game that is a Souls-like. Okay, I mean, that's a video game. That's for sure. I like the pun on defy all my expectations as defy all my expectations. Oh, man. Also, did anyone actually recognize this Green Knight dude that was walking? He said, this looks familiar. I don't recognize this at all. It's really dark. That could be the case too, but So it does look like actually I was relatively correct in that it is meant to be nostalgic. There was definitely a lot of video game references that were in there. I mean, the one of the most obvious of which is what literally looks like you grabbed Rainbow Road from the Nintendo 64 and said, "Don't look at us, Nintendo." But you know, that's fine. And you're going to Kingdom Hearts your way through classic video games and Dark Souls it up through them. I can't say I'm mad. The only thing that I would care about is the price. That's a great description of what they showed. True. The concept is fun and funny. And, you know, like, it's really, with a narrator, it can be really difficult, right? Like Eve, you mentioned earlier, you get that if I get a narrator that with a Stanley Parable type, then I would like it. I'm curious of that as well, right? Because if you have a good narrator to provide that type of levity to the game, that in and of itself can completely warp the way the game feels. One example of this from Supergiant Games, one of their creators of Hades, as well as Transistor and Pyre. But before those three games, they released a little game called Bastion. And Bastion largely is not a exemplary game, okay? It is a very standard, just kind of like isometric hack and slash game with a cute art style. But the thing that makes Bastion strong is its narrator. Its narrator is what made that game something unique. Whether you like it or not, completely different conversation. And with this, I don't feel like this game is doing anything wild, right? It's probably going to play a little janky, if anything. And that's fine. I mean, some people will say that part of Dark Souls is the jank. But if they have a strong narrator that is like talking while you're going through the world and the stories and stuff like that, in the essence of kind of how these trailers were presented, it could be a really good experience. In terms of just something that will be memorable as an enjoyable time. Will it be the greatest game of all time? Probably not, but I don't think it's trying to be. But I think it wants to be something that is special. And not special in an artsy way, not special in a game of the year kind of way. Just special in a we did our own thing, we had fun with it, and I hope you have fun with it too. But that's the last hero of Nostalgaia, and it comes out in just a little while, like literally like 3 days. So, you know, enjoy, I guess. It's the kind of like Bard's Tale in satire with the narration. Bard's Tale's another really fantastic example, yes. So let me know what your thoughts are on the last hero of Nostalgaia. Please put your thoughts down in the comments below. If you want to keep the conversation elsewhere, you can keep catch up with us on Discord and Twitter. Speaking of Discord, we actually have a channel dedicated to these reactions where you can place links of your own that we can watch together live on stream, because we do stream 4 days a week, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday, and I would love to see you there. If you enjoyed this video, please leave it a like. If you want to catch future videos, please subscribe to the channel. And if you go watch one of the other videos on the channel, or if I see you in the live stream, thank you and enjoy. Can't even be mad. I can't even be mad. How are we doing on the battle time? 15 minutes? This is really long. If I was to do this one next. We're not doing that one next. Here's what I'm gonna do. Thank you for the lurk, Dimden. Thank you for the hat reminders. The next one, if we were to go along the lines of doing the hopscotch of like 1, 3, 5. 5 is the Valiant, and So that one's going to be a long boy, so we can't do it when there's only 15 minutes. We could step back and do it after we do the next battle, but
after the battle. The battle.
okay. Let's go. Here we go. Let's jump into another one. Greetings and salutations. My name is MichaelSchwahn and welcome to the channel. We have some more reaction content for you, and today we are checking out Hell is Others. Hell is Others, when I looked at the Steam page, is a 2D battle royale roguelike, but it's also a top-down shooter experience. I don't know, okay? Like, when I just read those tags off, I was immediately confused. And so but that's why you have trailers, right? That's what they're for, so you can hopefully communicate the game and make it appealing. I hope. We'll find out together. So we do have two things. We have the announcement teaser that was shown off in December of 2020, and then the official release date announcement from August of 2022. There's very little media or marketing beyond that. There is a significant amount of videos of people playing the game. I'm assuming it's from Steam Next Fest and the stuff like that, because I do know that this is exclusive to PC. So, let's see. From the authors of Red Rope? I don't know what that means. This looks like a lovely time. This dude's having a great day. It's a lovely time. Out in 2021? No, it wasn't. This looks like a mobile game that you explore and clear buildings in a similar style to Hotline Miami. Well, you know, it also made me think of, I don't remember the name of it anymore because I can't remember the name of any of them, but back in the early years of the internet, a long time back, we also used to play games on, they were all flash games on the internet, you know? And we played them on things like Candyland and Cool Math games and Newgrounds, and there's probably others that I have since forgotten. And there was one that I know that was really popular, at least in the people that I talked to, that it was probably one of the earliest like battle royales, like 15 fucking years ago, where it was a congregate. That's another really, really big one, Eve. Thank you. And it looked very similar to this. This obviously has much more quality than the game that I'm thinking of, because the game that I'm thinking of literally looked like it was made in fucking MS Paint. And for all I know, it fucking was, all right? And you just had these little soldiers and you ran around, you jumped in and out of buildings and grabbed weapons and shot one another. And I wish I could remember the name of it, because it might actually be one of the earliest renditions of an actual battle royale style game. But the white rabbit as an elevator operator seems fitting. I didn't even notice. I was focused on the dude. Oh yeah, sure enough. I was very distracted by the dude turning into a horrible monster, you know, so forgive me if I didn't notice the white rabbit as the elevator operator. Okay, so we're going to jump forward 2 years. And we're going to see the official release date announcement trailer. This seems to also be the official, like, you know, most recent trailer. There's not much else that's been put out anywhere. So see if it looks much different after 2 years.
Hello there. Stare deep into my eyes.
Going down. It actually looks like it's running smoother, which is nice. Big Enter the Gungeon vibes. Incidentally, I really loved Enter the Gungeon, so that's not a bad thing in the slightest. Welcome to the neighborhood.
The nightmare begins October 20th, 2022.
So I'm actually going to go back to this little scene of Welcome to the Neighborhood. I'm going to turn it down. So one of the things that I was curious of, and they didn't really communicate it very well at all in the very first trailer, and I expressed it at the beginning of the video, is that it's an action roguelike battle royale 2D game, right? And like the atmospheric 2D like action roguelike, that all made sense to me initially, because I was like, okay, you know, he descends the elevator into whatever this neighborhood is or leaves his apartment, and then, you know, there's monsters and everything outside like that, you know. But the thing that I was missing was the battle royale part, and I'm curious of how that part functions, because in this little welcome to the neighborhood section, it might be a little hard to see in our little like view window here, but there are multiple people fighting. There's a dude fighting down here. There's this explosion over here. There's a dude fighting over here on the right side of the screen. So there are multiple players that are on the map. So I'm curious about what battle royale to me means. Things like PUBG, Fortnite, Warzone, Blackout, of where, you know, 100 or Apex Legends, where a certain number of people enter and there is one victor. I don't consider extraction shooters to be battle royales. Things like Escape from Tarkov, Hunt Showdown, Hazard Zone from Battlefield 2042. Those are not battle royales, not in my opinion. Hunt Showdown does have a battle royale style game mode called Quick Play, but that is different from the actual extraction based gameplay that it has. And so, but I also feel like battle royale, much like Souls-like, has become such a broad generalized term that it makes me wonder how that functions here. And it might be that only one person is able to survive at the end of the day. Like, everyone leaves their apartments and only one person gets to live, especially if you go on the idea that maybe everyone is a demon of some sort, considering that when we see our guy going down the elevator, he turns into a demon. So, you know, it's interesting. I'm curious how that specific mechanic functions. Otherwise, though, this looks pretty good. I'm like, while I talked about Enter the Gungeon, I did enjoy it. I enjoyed it a lot. I didn't play it a shitload. Like, I probably put in, I don't know, 12, 15 hours, which, I mean, there's people that have put in way more than that in roguelike experiences like Binding of Isaac, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean that they're a bad experience. It's just, you know, kind of what it is. Anyway, I never got into Gungeon here for some reason, but I do like what I'm seeing. Yeah, I like the visual style here. Maybe like sharks and minnows. Maybe when you die, you turn into a monster. I don't know. But that is Hell is Others. And let me know what your thoughts are. Put your thoughts down in the comments below. I'd love to hear from you. If you want to keep up the conversation elsewhere, two great places to do so are Discord and Twitter. Speaking of Discord, we actually have a channel dedicated to these reactions where you can place links of your own that we can check out together live on stream. Because we do stream 4 days a week, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday, and I would love to see you there. If you enjoyed this video, please leave it a like. If you want to catch future videos, please subscribe to the channel. If you watch one of the other videos on the channel, or if I see you in the live stream, thank you and enjoy. Cerulean! Cerulean! Welcome in, Raiders. Cerulean Raid! Oh my god, look at that little bongo Yoshi. That's so cute. What were you up to? You were playing Valkyrie Profile 2. Like, fuck Valkyrie Elysium. We're gonna go play a better game. We're gonna go play Valkyrie Profile 2. You know, Cerulean, reasonable, understandable even. You know, I get it. It tracks, it makes sense. Oh man. So how was it? How have you been finding Valkyrie Profile 2? Has it been a good time? Has it been what you hoped for? I will be, what we got? We got 3 minutes on this. I'll be right back. I'm actually gonna just go change my shirt right now. I don't remember anything. Is that a good or a bad thing? Oh, have you played it before, Cerulean? Valkyrie Profile 2? Go. Oh, and as a note of my usual spiel, welcome in, Raiders. My name is MichaelSchwahn. I'm a hyper variety streamer. I stream 4 days a week, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday. I like to talk, and I'd love to talk some more if you want to talk with me. So come in, check the vibe, see if you like it. If you do, maybe hang out, drop a follow, and I can see you in a future stream. But if not, totally understand. Not every streamer is for everybody, but thank you so much for supporting Cerulean on the raid and coming over with them. Cerulean is a fantastic and lovely individual, and I am always very happy when they are here, and I just really enjoy talking to them because they're just very, very pleasant to talk to. So thank you so much for supporting them and for coming along at the raid. Oh, I'm like, oh yes, this guy. I vaguely remember you. No, you can just tell people I bullied you into hanging out with me, Cerulean. You'd show up occasionally and I'd just be like, gift you a sub. And you'd be like, God damn it. I bought your friendship. It's totally a joke, but. Silmaria was the prequel to the original with a few of the same characters. I realize you're asking, but I have no idea. I know you're asking, Cerulean, but I have no idea. Okay, and when we run this battle, I'm actually going to run upstairs and refill my coffee. Refill my coffee. And I should probably mute the alerts. like Cerulean came through and I was like, ooh, I forgot to hit that mute alert buttons. Like when I mute the alerts, it still shows up on this screen. Like it still pops up. It just doesn't make the sound. I thought it was applause. Nope, it's applesauce. Oh man, that's good. That's amazing. I'm gonna help these tanks get up into that armored mech up there. Okay, while this battle runs, I'm gonna refill my coffee. I'll be right back. Hey, look, we win. $15 gold, 1 buster, either which can be yours for 420 channel points. Most kills go to AP10, followed by Reve. Most of this is going to show Sheepy, followed by a tie between myself and El Canadiano. Going random on the scroll in the gold in 5. So Sheepy and El Canadiano with the rewards. Back to the map. Yeah, I actually started a Valkyrie Profile 1 on my phone a few months back. And man, does that work really well. And 2, like, Valkyrie Profile 1 is such an impressive game because it's got like almost full voice acting and it's on the fucking PlayStation 1. And it's just got a very unique structure to it. Let me in. Place units, everybody. My nose is so tickly. I'll be right back. I'm sorry. Okay. Let's see if that's any better. As he sniffs aggressively. On to the next. We'll do the Valiant now because it's definitely going to be one of the we have like 3 today that are really long boys, okay? We have the Valiant, we have Persona 5, and we have Mountain Blade 2 Bannerlord, okay? Those are going to be the long boys. So we'll go ahead and knock out one of them long boys right now. We'll start with the Valiant. So I'll leave the music on while I get stuff open and ready. It's bothering me a lot right now. Such a jerk. Real, that's dirty. He's like, what? All I'm trying to say is that I'm tall. What were you thinking about? Okay. So Sheepy, hello. No, it's not better. I'm sorry. I'll be right back. It's hard to talk when your nose is just like, hey, you bitch. Interestingly, on PSN, Wild Arms 1, I was able to redeem for free, maybe because I bought on PS3 PSN store. Oh, probably. I believe they've moved forward a lot of that stuff. Okay, let's get the rest of these ready. Astral Chain has such a fucking good soundtrack. Holy shit. All right. Let's get into this. All right, everybody. If you want to drop in your YouTube swans or whatever swans you prefer or any other emote, it doesn't actually have to be a swan emote. I just have many of them that are available either through my channel or through BTTV that you could use if it fits your fancy. All right, time to check out the Valiant, okay? Well, I need to remind myself of one thing. Okay. Greetings and salutations. My name is MichaelSchwahn and welcome to the channel. We have some more reaction content for you, and today we are checking out the Valiant. So the Valiant, I just want to thank this studio for doing something that I wish more studios would do, and that is that this game currently is set to release on October 19th, okay? Its initial announcement trailer was May 17th of 2022. So they showed off the game 5 months before the game comes out, okay? And it's not coming out in early access. They showed it off in May. The game is releasing in October. I'm so glad, okay? Because like as somebody who is very plugged into the video game like ecosphere and will see all these game announcements, then I'm like, cool, when is it coming? And they're like, oh, we're not even going to tell you a year. And I'm like, okay, that's cool. Or they're like, yeah, it'll be here in 5 years. And you're like, awesome. And then 5 years later, they're like, maybe one more year. Maybe one more. Just one more. Okay, one more. And so to see a game be announced and then be released within 12 months of its initial announcement, it's just to feel good. So regardless of whatever else we see in here, hopefully the game actually looks good, right? But I'm just gonna give them that little sticker, that little pin, that badge, whatever you want to call it, as just a note of thank you, and to hopefully see other people do it too. So the Valiant is a squad-based RTS. I don't know exactly what that means, okay? Because when I think of like a squad, like when I think of RTS, I think of games like Command and Conquer or StarCraft, right? Like these big like army base builders. But you put that word squad like on there, and then I'm like, okay, well, what games made me think of a squad-based RTS? That makes me think of games more along the lines of like Divinity, which I mean, Divinity you could say is a tactical shooter, not a shooter, a tactical turn-based RTS. But we'll see. They're gonna show us, but I'm just trying to set your expectations for what we're gonna be getting into. So this is the Valiant. We got a lot of media though. Like they announced in May and we're just like, let's show you everything. Here we go. Horse.
It is time, Lord Theodric.
I know. I just never thought I'd take up arms and leave home again.
Did people do that hairstyle on purpose? The friar haircut? Where you're just shiny bald on top with a little bit of hair that rings around the side? Was that intentional? It was on purpose? Okay. Why?
Too bad for an old man.
More fighting, less talking, boy.
Don't fuck with old dudes. Old dudes are scary strong sometimes. Hello?
You owe me much more than one axe.
I realize this is a cinematic trailer, but I appreciate these characters. So hats would sit better? I mean, it might be for like a religious hat of some sort.
Mercy, there are so many.
I forget what those are called.
Friends.
Aye, but at least we get to go out in a blaze of glory, lad.
Do we fight or flee?
Lord, battle is upon us. Fight with God in your heart.
That was really good. Like I can't knock them at all. Like obviously it was purely cinematic and it's easy to make cinematic trailers like enjoyable because that's their purpose. But I think it had to do with the reminder of the Crown of Thorns. I'd accept that. That's a decent, that like if that is the case, acceptable. Sure. Okay, so that was the announcement trailer. That was very cinematic, right? So we're gonna actually move into an actual gameplay trailer now. We'll actually get to see more of what this game actually is. So let's get a look at the actual game.
This is a journey that began over a decade ago. With Theodoric von Achenberg and Ulrich von Gravel, Knights of the Templar Order, brothers in faith and in arms. They
stumbled across something heavenly, a piece of a sundered divine relic never meant to be possessed by man. Ulrich claimed it, driving a wedge between the knightly brothers, and so Theodoric left the Templars, vowing never to draw his sword again. That, however, wasn't meant to be. Ulrich is a great crusader now, on the warpath to find and unite the other pieces of the relic. Should he succeed, he'll unleash untold evil upon the world. And so Theodoric was drawn into pursuing him across Europe towards the Holy Land to stop him.
Squad-based RTS might also kind of makes me think of Battle for Middle-earth, where the individual units were actually groups.
A fervent Gascoigne poised to undertake chivalrous adventures.
But you did have standalone hero units.
Held Eyedaughter. And myself, Reinhardt, Lord of Kempton, Knight of the Teutonic Order. We came together for different reasons, yet each of us took on Theodoric's quest against Ulrich and seek to protect the world from the great peril that wielding the artifact would wreak. I pray to the Lord for strength to prevail, but Ulrich's allies and henchmen keep opposing us every step of the way. And yet, bound by camaraderie and a common cause, while drawing inspiration from Theodoric's determination and faith.
Looks like you do have small buildings there that do things. Yeah, there was a glowing building that looked like maybe like a unit spawner.
Ever dauntless, ever valiant.
Okay, that was a pretty broad overview. Yeah, Eve, I definitely meant more in the religious sense, because the times when I see it, like Athena said in the monastic usage specifically, the times when you see it most commonly in modern media, it is normally a holy man that has that hairstyle. Most commonly, like a friar is the person that I always think of the most that has that hairstyle. I'm not sure why specifically, but that's why I was curious of it. Okay, so they kind of go into a bunch of different bits here showing sections and parts of the game, and I'm just going to kind of keep letting them flow through to just really absorb as much of this game as possible. They also have individual trailers for each of the companions. They're all fairly short though, but as just as a heads up for what we are continuing to get into. Reminds you of Age of Empires 3? Sure, yeah. Oh, this trailer seems quieter. It is quieter.
There are more of them than of us, but you have beaten such odds before. You, all of you, are more knightly and valiant than any of them will ever be. Will you follow me into battle? Charge! Loose!
Oh.
The place is secured, Lord.
This might be all of the companion trailers put together, as just a heads up. Because I know that Conrad's one of the other videos we have.
Point arrow. Light them up, lads.
So Conrad does at least come with like some of his own guys.
Very recent, Lord, and it ain't the end of it.
Come on, boys. The location is ours now. Captain of the Raven Company? That's me.
She's gonna beat some ass.
Come, wretches, do your worst! Out of my way! Don't act surprised. We haven't had this much fun in what feels like ages.
I'll crush your bones.
There's a lot of narrative in this, which is not a bad thing at all, but it's just that
This is ours, lad.
a lot of RTS games don't always have a whole lot of narrative involved with them. Or if they are, it's not always a very heavy focus.
Over here, you filthy mongrels! I'll back you up. I'll fight by your side. Heroes such
I am not a TV guy.
to be applauded.
You are absolutely
So
correct.
we will feast in your honor.
Vanquishers of the wicked!
Gas coin.
Capture the location, brother. A chance to cleanse my family's name.
Command and Conquer had a narrative reel. That doesn't mean that it was like winning any awards.
Defenders of the weak!
The narrative in Command and Conquer was just a reason to take you to a new battlefield. The battlefield wasn't part of the story.
Remiss to let them escape.
Like, I guess I should say the narrative was definitely well behind the gameplay rather than trying to stand alongside it.
Lord, guide my path.
Fight with the strength of God. Do not falter. Fight them under the banner.
You watching the wrong award shows. Was there even award shows back during the Typerian Sun Age?
Steel your hearts, men. Whatever it is, we stand together against it.
There was Angry Lady and Eye Patch, dude. They moved me. It's all about Red Alert reel. God, that's the Command and Conquer series with some narrative. And besides, I'm like, trust me, Command and Conquer, I remember Kane very, very clearly. That is an unforgettable individual right there. Okay, so now we got the showcase trailer.
Ever since you took that damned scepter, you haven't been yourself. You brought us here, then abandoned the fight, abandoned your
That was
men,
cool.
and even abandoned your vows. For what?
A new generation of RTS
Combat. I don't believe you. I don't think we've had any major innovations in the RTS genre for like 15 years.
Aye, Lord.
The honor is ours, brother.
There's no turning back, no rest, no doubt.
Advancing.
What manner of beast? These be fools!
I see you have brought friends.
In escalating co-op mode? The hell does that mean?
Back off, Dave. In God's name. What happened?
It actually does remind me a bit of Warcraft 3 from back in the day. One of the powers of Warcraft 3 was that, compared to Command & Conquer, Command & Conquer did have very, like, had specialized missions where you were, like, commanding, like, a few units or an assassin unit or, like, the commando. But those were very few and far between. Most of the time you were building a base and building an army and just rolling over the other army. Where Warcraft 3, more often, they would be trying to give you limited tools to work with to progress through a section of the story, and that feels closer to what they're trying to achieve here. Of you're going to only have access to these heroes and a few units, and you need to, you know, make it through the mountain pass with, you know, without dying essentially, or you know that there's going to be an ambush or something like that. And there will be larger sections to where you like have a base camp, but that's not just going to be the default go-to like Command and Conquer, right? This might be the RTS game you complained about so many times that you've been wanting. Maybe. This is an environment trailer, by the way, so this is going to be showing off some of the locales and visuals of the game. I saw a treasure chest just floating there. Get that bitch.
Coming to PC October 19th.
Let me tell you what, man. If I was still in high school or even middle school and this game was coming out, mind you, that was a while ago, I would be all over this game. I don't know if it's something that I exactly am like on board for today. Not because I'm not interested, just because time is so much more limited right now. So this is the Last Man Standing trailer. I don't know what this means. We do have two things here. We have the Last Man Standing and PvP. When I think of the Last Man Standing, it could be like a battle royale style mode, which I don't think it is. But it also makes me think of the Last Stand mode from Dawn of War 2 Retribution, where you were in a pit and fighting off hordes as one of the hero units. So we'll find out. They'll tell us. Quiet.
This video includes real recordings of live multiplayer games with the Valiant team. Sit back, relax.
My chair's over there. I can't sit back, but
Looks like I need it. Oh god, I'm gonna die. I died. Crap. Reinhard, you're gonna die too. Run away. Run away. Run away, Reinhard. Not at people. Away from people. Conrad, you run too. No. We need you to heal both of us.
okay, this is actually exactly what I was thinking of. Looking at the map and the way that they're talking about right now, this is
Dr. Doom Doom.
This is much closer to the Last Stand mode. If you have played Dawn of War 2 Retribution, there was a mode where you grabbed a hero unit, you were put into a pit, and you would have to survive waves of enemies. That's exactly what this is. Slightly different, obviously, because you know you're going to be using their units, and it looks like you got like small squads that you can use. But that said, I really, really loved that game mode from Dawn of War 2. It was really fun. It was really cool. And it just was just a fun challenge. And the game felt different from one game to the next because you'd be trying to find synergies between the different heroes, and you only control one. And the idea would be that you'd bring in friends to control more heroes. It would make the waves harder because there'd be more players, right? You could play it alone, but it was definitely preferred that you had, like, I think it was 4, maybe only 3. I don't remember, one of those two numbers. And you would be trying, and we see the waves and stuff up here in the corner, wave 2, right? So I'm actually really happy that they're taking that inspiration. I don't know if it is intentionally like they just looked at it and wanted to port it into their game, but I'm certainly not opposed to it at all, because honestly, this is a very appealing game mode for me.
Well,
mostly for nostalgia purposes.
Right, guys. Defeat. Let's do better next time.
And you, in Retribution, you were able to level up your heroes like you see them doing here, which would give you new abilities, new passives, and sometimes even new active abilities that you were able to use against the waves. And you'd be like, okay, well, I'm going to be the Inquisitor, and I'm going to take this ability so that when we get to wave 10 and, you know, the demon spawns, I can use this and it'll help us get through that wave and not just get trounced by it. There was one wave in Last Stand from Dawn of War that was particularly challenging because I think it was like wave 16 of 20. It would spawn shadow clones of you. Like, that's the only thing that spawned, was evil versions of the characters you were playing as. And if you built too strong of units for you to survive waves with, that wave would feel impossible because the enemies were built to be stronger than you. So, or I think anyway, it's definitely the way they felt. But if you built too strong of a build, you had to fight against your strong build. And that was just awful. Not awful in like a bad design way, just awful in that it sucked kind of way. Okay, this is the latest trailer. I actually need to check to see if they maybe put out like a launch trailer or something like that. I'll do that over on the side real quick. But this is the PvP trailer. I'm not normally super big on PvP in RTS games, but, you know.
This video includes real recordings of live multiplayer games with the Valiant team. Sit back, relax.
There is not a newer trailer than this one. This one's only 3 days old, though, so. Never cared about the multiplayer for any of the RTS games. Co-op is normally something that I like a lot because like a lot of the times I like to play army men essentially in my RTS games. If I'm not going through the story narrative, I like to, you know, just like build a cool looking base with cool walls and a nice looking production line and get some cool platoons and stuff, and then, you know, charge my troops out, and, you know, I'm literally just playing army men, right? And that's perfectly fine. Unfortunately, a lot of the more like RTSs that were trying to push the genre moved away from that, and they were more into micromanagey, like trying to be esports games, trying to compete with things like StarCraft. And so it just like for casual players like me that just wanted to build a cool base and a cool army, there was less and less options for me in those aspects. Co-op is normally really cool, and that's one of the things that I did like about the Last Stand mode, because it was a cooperative experience, but I definitely understand. RTS genre I know I like, but I don't actually play. RTSs take time, is one of the other troubles, right? They're not fast games.
Oh, we gotta retreat. We got out of position. Let's move back. We gotta retreat and then move back to 2. We're gonna lose too many resources.
You're definitely working with very limited unit pools here, which isn't bad. Might actually be interesting for me since I first thought it was PvP. It looks like they have a campaign mode, a co-op mode in terms of the last man standing, and then probably your pretty stock standard PvP, where there's, you know, different resource nodes you go after, you get, which build up your units. The resource nodes are in particular locations to where they're easily, what's the word I'm looking for?
Oh, damn it.
Contested. That's the word. Contested.
Damn it, we've almost come all the way back. I just, I don't know if we're going to make it. They have 2-1 right now, and we're already almost done.
Which, like, it's not that I mind RTS PvP, just most of the time it devolves into, like, how would I describe it? It so often devolves into really weird strategies that are proven effective. Like, if we take Warcraft 3 as an example, like, I mean, of course, StarCraft had things like Zerg rushing, but like Warcraft 3 is the one that I remember the most of. Is like, okay, you're going to play orcs. Your first hero is going to be a Blade Master, and you're just going to immediately run your Blade Master over to just disrupt their play, right? You're going to go over there. You're going to try and kill a couple of resource dudes, maybe knock down a building and run the fuck away. And just stuff like that just never really super sat well with me, because it didn't feel like you were playing what felt like was supposed to be like an army style game, and instead it was like this, well, micromanagey, you know, like weird tactic stuff, and it just never really played well for me. This looks cool. I like the look of this a lot. I'm really excited about it. It comes out in just a few days. It's probably something that I'd be like, man, I want to play that, and I will never probably reasonably have the time to do so, which is unfortunate, because I think it's a game that I would genuinely like a lot, and it reminds me about so many things of games in the past. I've been mentioning all RTS games that I have played throughout this entire video, and what I liked about them, and why this game is doing things that I liked in other games that I liked, and it's doing things from multiple different games that I liked and putting them into one package. So yeah, that's the Valiant. That's really, really cool. I hope that it does well, because I would like to see them continue forward with what looks like a really, really good product and a good package, and was presented in a way that I really appreciate, since they presented lots of information for the game. They didn't have this super long announcement window. They announced it in May. It's releasing in October. And on top of that, they were just like, look at it. We're not going to hide anything. We're just going to keep showing you more and more and more and more. And that shows me that they have faith in the product that they're delivering and aren't afraid to show what they are delivering. So that's the Valiant. Very cool. I hope that you think it's cool. Go check it out. It is currently a PC exclusive. I don't know if it is going to be moving on to any other consoles. It is an RTS game, which historically those do terribly on consoles. Like the ones that like Command and Conquer tried, right? The original Command and Conquer game was put onto PlayStation and into N64, did terribly. They tried to put one of the other Command & Conquer games onto consoles, frickin' Halo Wars, right? But they just don't always normally perform well. Oh, it was Command & Conquer 3 that was also put onto consoles. Battle of Middle-earth 2 was amazing. I'm glad one of them was, because most of them sucked. So, yeah, go check it out. That's the Valiant. Let me know what your thoughts are. Put your thoughts down in the comments below. I'd love to hear from you. If you want to keep up the conversation elsewhere, two great places to do so are Discord and Twitter. Speaking of Discord, we actually have a channel dedicated to these reactions where you can place links of your own that we can check out together live on stream, because we do stream 4 days a week, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday, and I would love to see you there. If you enjoyed this video, please leave it a like. If you want to catch future videos, please subscribe to the channel. And if you do watch one of the other videos on the channel, or if I see you in the live stream, thank you and enjoy. Alrighty then. Yeah, that was cool. That was a very, yeah, that looks great. I wish them the best. I'm gonna tell this group to go fast. Start the battle. I'm gonna have to find a track from AI 2 now. From Nirvana Initiative. We finished it Friday night into Saturday morning. There should be 1 or 2 tracks that I can put on it. On the playlist. 50 gold and 2 vampires, either which can be yours for 420 channel points. Most kills going to AP 10, followed by Koputi. Yeah. Most assists going to Bizarro Shoshipi, followed by a tie between Rebe and Ungli. Going random on the scrolls in the golden 5. Pomomore and Shoshipi. I'm back to the map. Okay. I need to place archers now, huh? Place your units, everybody. Place your units. Okay, we can go back to Imperial Dreams now.
Peggy.
Okay. Here we go. Put in your YouTube swans, your high swans, whatever fits your fancy. Say hello, say goodbye. We don't actually have a goodbye swan, but that's fine. Okay. Here we go. Greetings and salutations. My name is MichaelSchwahn and welcome to the channel. Because we're reaction content for you, and today we're checking out Imperial Dreams. And this game, I actually had to do some extra research on because as I was grabbing these trailers, we have 3 trailers today. The earliest of which, in terms of the early access trailer that we'll see, is from late 2021. But on all the trailers, in the comments, the people are like, "I'm so excited that we're finally getting a sequel to this game," and I'm like, what? When was the first one? So I had to go dig that out. And you know how you're getting old is when you don't know what games people are playing in their browsers anymore. Like, you know, when back in my day, we were playing games like Candyland Golf and Slipstream and whatever the fuck was, like, the weird Dragon Ball Fighter games that were on like Congregate or whatever the fuck it was. There was a couple of them that were like strangely good and some that were really, really jank. But, you know, like, those games are all literally like 15 years old. And so Imperial, not Imperial Dreams, just Imperial Farmville, even before Farmville, but yes, was a game that, like, I found it and I went ahead and played a couple of levels of it, and it's essentially like a puzzle platformer, but 2D flash game. You roll a ball, you can bounce, and I was like, I've never seen or heard of this ever. But this is, instead of being like a flash game, this is meant to be a more legit release, and very well then. Okay, so this is going to be Imperial Dreams. I'm presuming that this will play relatively similar to the Flash game. You should get the idea of, like, you could go what game you could go play right now. So this is Imperial Dreams.
Avatar, can you hear me?
Over 2 million players.
There you go. That is the game right there. And now what the game is going to be today. Yeah, if you touch the red stuff, you die. This feels like the browser version of Super Meat Boy.
Please take as much time as you need to explore the place.
Geometry Draft is just a cube. Happy Wheel style without death. No, there's definitely death. Lots of it. You know, I recognize that okay, that's cool. Having a level designer is really, really cool, because that was, speaking of like Happy Wheels, having a level designer. What was the game where people, I mean, Line Dasher, is that's what it's called, where there was a little dude that was riding like a ski, and he just, like, I don't remember what that game was called, but that game was huge because of its level customization. You still see shit with that game today. I still see TikToks of people building levels for that game where they're sliding down a level built based off of like a music track, right? I don't remember what it's called though. So this is the official trailer.
12.
You know, power to them for trying to build, like, the game is so simple, right? In terms of like its overall concept. And like, I feel like because of the, not just its concept, but its actual presentation, right? You are just a little spherical ball that is bouncing around trying to solve puzzles, right? And, you know, get through levels. And it's because of its more refined style, I feel like building trailers for this would be so difficult. Okay, and then we have one more, which is the release date announcement trailer. I should point out, though, that this release date announcement trailer is an announcement for early access.
Peggy 12.
Just to make sure that that's nice and clear. 4K trailer, though. I hope there's a Peggle-inspired map. I feel like you're running, like... You always have to be careful with inspirations and official releases, right? Just because you could run the risk of copyright. Now, that said, there is a level editor, and depending on how deep this level editor goes, depending on how much you can do with this level editor in terms of uploading your own assets, if you're only able to use assets that are available within the game, you could get a lot of really heavily inspired stuff in there. But, so... Anyway, yeah, that is Imperial Dreams. It's going to be in early access on October 18th, as that video just showed. I can't imagine that this would be a very expensive release, right? Because especially, like, 2 million players is quite a bit, but that's 2 million players over the last 15 years. And 2 million players on a freely accessible web browser-based game, which, when you put it in that perspective, 2 million is still not much to sneeze at, but that could still be a very... limited pool of people when you go from 2007 to 2022, right? And I feel like this game would find its greatest amount of success with a low price of entry and a good community focused push of those community built levels. But that's Imperial Dreams. It looks cute, okay? And like I said, I did play Imperial when I found this. I was like, all right, we'll see what the actual game that this game is based off of. And I played, like, I don't know, 6 levels, and I was like, yeah, sure, this would be a good time waster. If I was in school and in the computer lab and this was the only game that I could find that was accessible through the school's web filter, I wouldn't be upset. So that's Imperial Dreams. Let me know what your thoughts are. If you're a big fan of Imperial, let me know where you're sitting. Are you excited about this? Are you ready for more? Or are you... Where are you sitting if you are somebody that has been involved in this franchise, I guess, historically? Since I mean, they have had multiple releases on the PC and, well, on the browser, and it's been around for, 15 years. That's a considerable amount of time. Put your thoughts down in the comments below. If you want to keep up the conversation elsewhere, 2 great places to do so are Discord and Twitter. Speaking of Discord, we actually have a channel dedicated to these reactions where you can place links of your own that we can check out together live on stream, because we do stream 4 days a week: Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday, and I would love to see you there. If you enjoyed this video, please leave it a like. If you want to catch future videos, please subscribe to the channel. And if you do watch one of the other videos on the channel, or if I see you in the live stream, thank you and enjoy. All right. Alrighty then. "19 minutes? Okay. Let's jump way down here and do this one. Let's do New Tales from the Borderlands. Cerulean, oh lord. I heard New Tales from the Borderlands. Yes, you did. Yes, my birthday is January 1st, 1909. For sure. For sure. Okay. Here we go. Put in your YouTube swans, your dead swans, your re-swans. What? Your gun swans. Ugh. Ugh. Sorry, I had to adjust my standing pad. Greetings and salutations. My name is MichaelSchwahn and welcome to the channel. We have some more reaction content for you, and today we are checking out new Tales from the Borderlands. Now, I'm so curious to know what public reception of new Tales from the Borderlands is. Now, many of you likely already know, but if not, I will give you this little tidbit of information, is that Tales from the Borderlands was made by the studio Telltale Games. Telltale Games is also the original people that made what is called A Wolf Among Us, as well as probably their largest magnum opus of releases, which is the Walking Dead series, the Telltale Walking Dead series. But Telltale Games as a studio doesn't really exist anymore. Technically they do, but realistically they don't. They got gobbled up, if I believe. My details might be slightly off, and I apologize for that. They got gobbled up by Gearbox Games, which Gearbox are the publishers of Borderlands. So it's not too surprised that the latest release that would be from Telltale is going to be new Tales from the Borderlands, especially because Tales from the Borderlands was very, very well received. And the devs that made up the original Telltale studio, they have unfortunately kind of flown off into the wind. They have went on to make other projects. I do believe that they're working on the new Star Wars game now, which a lot of people are very excited about because it's supposed to be the next genuine Telltale release. Because it is a lot, the studio that's working on it is going to be made up of, or is it Star Trek? Star Wars or Star Trek? I don't remember. One of those two. Space opera thing. Anyway, so the reception of new Tales from the Borderlands is going to be very interesting. Not just in terms of it as a product being announced, but also in terms of how it's received after it's released. But can't really talk about post-release because it's not out yet. It does release on October 21st, but we can see at least what they are trying to pitch to us at this point in time. So this is new Tales from the Borderland. It was actually announced very, very recently. This official announcement trailer is from August of 2022, and we are moving to September and then October for just a little bit of information. There is an 18-minute long gameplay reveal for this. We will not be watching that because that's just super long. We might take a peek at it or let it play in the background while we talk about some other things after we've checked out these trailers. So let's go. That's the end.
Most stories in the Borderlands start bloody. They end bloody too. Sometimes all it takes to change the galaxy is a trio of losers trying to get through a bad day.
We are in the middle of a TDR invasion.
Leave immediately! This area is now under TDR jurisdiction!
They think there was a vault key being kept on the station.
If we can find whatever's in that vault before TDR does, we can change our lives.
We're bad at this, really bad. TDR has many guns, talking guns, guns with legs.
I'm gonna blast you so freaking bad! Yeah! Shut up, Richard!
I always wanted to change the universe for the better, and now we actually can!
But more importantly, we'll be drowning in ash!
Why are you people like this?
If you happen to see any corpses along the way, don't worry about them. They're just, yeah, don't worry about them.
Okay. Want to play the wheelchair bound now? I know it's a Tales game, though. Yeah, it's meant to be a Tales game, so it's going to be kind of a choose your own adventure. Yeah, choose your own adventure. Choices matter. You won't really be running around the environments much. It's going to be more along the lines of a dynamic narrative game in terms of what just Western visual novels have become. To answer your other question, though, so the developer officially is listed as Gearbox Software, Eve. While we do know that they have absorbed like Telltale, so there might be some people that worked on Tales from the Borderlands that are involved with this project. The official developer is Gearbox Software. Okay, so that was the announcement trailer. This is the official character trailer.
So you're still running your parents' Frogurt store. That is adorable.
As soon as the insurance money comes in, this place will look good as new. Susan Coldwell. She wrecked my shop. Oh, that corporate butt sniffer and I have a polyamorous date with my punching fist.
Getting on Forge's super successful Dirty 30 is a lifelong dream. It's irrefutable.
Forges instead of Forbes. Super successful Dirty 30. Okay.
Proof to the rest of the world that Octavia Wallace Starr exists. That I'm a somebody.
You, however, are not on this list. You're anonymous, unrecognized, a nobody.
We use innovation and technology to help people and protect life, not casually destroy it as a matter of course.
You're a revolutionary, boss.
We are on the cusp of a world with less bloodshed.
We could
change the world for the better.
Get rich and famous.
Kick Susan Coldwell's ass.
Let's take the fight to them.
Just tell me who to shoot and where to shoot him.
Are you flirting with me?
Lady! You are dead.
Their name was Staple Face. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and put this gameplay video in the background while we talk a little bit more about this. I'll turn it down a little bit so it's maybe not too overwhelming, though. Looks like they got some sections that are of particular note. So this is new Tales from the Borderlands, and like we've kind of already talked about, this is going to be a narrative-led, choose-your-own-adventure game. I will say that, like, the idea of Telltale games being these more along the lines of, like, a Western visual novel aren't inherently appealing to me, mostly because they always feel... I'm trying to find the right word. Like, I always feel like they're lacking something in terms of charm compared to other visual novels. It's like they're trying to take themselves too seriously. And I say that having watched these trailers now and watched them being almost on the other side of that coin of where it's not taking itself seriously enough. And there's a form of humor that exists within especially the Borderlands franchise that is very, very delicate. Like, some people will try and compare Borderlands to, like, the Marvel brand of comedy, and I really don't feel like they are, because Borderlands has so many moments that are really, really good, and then so many moments that are really, really bad, whereas a lot of Marvel cinema moments are just, like, permanently mid, right? Like, and it's like, if you enjoyed the brand of humor from Marvel, which, like, most of the time I normally do, it's still not exactly like the pinnacle or the bottom of the bucket in any direction. It's definitely a very handcrafted formula. And with Borderlands, it feels like they just like are just swinging really hard, and sometimes they really get the ball, just like really connect with it, and it gets soared off and you get a home run. It's like a really good moment, but either in terms of just like a narrative or a funny moment or something like that. And then sometimes they whiff horribly. My problem with Telltale games is the problem that they are never handheld usually. I mean, you got the Steam Deck now. So, and watching these trailers, I feel like at least with this game specifically, a lot of the time it is going to be very, very heavily a miss, right? Is that it with there was a couple moments in there that kind of made me smile, but a lot of moments in there that I'm like, it's probably just gonna be like back grippingly cringy, and in a way that just makes you uncomfortable. I disagree. Love and Thunder was quite the bottom of the barrel, but at least the CG wasn't as bad as a certain show. I enjoyed Love and Thunder. It did have some bad moments, but yeah. I think of good Borderlands comedy as dark humor, at least in the early titles. I agree. Borderlands 1 and 2 had a lot of things going for it, but I feel like as they've gotten past Borderlands 1 and 2, and you got things like Borderlands, the pre-sequel or whatever the fuck it was called, and then you have Borderlands 3 and even like Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. And if we can also grab Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, the D&D bunkers and badasses from Borderlands 2, they've slowly started to drift farther away from Borderlands 1 and 2 and what made me enjoy those games. Of that, I still felt like the world was serious, and it was serious about itself, and the characters were serious about what was happening, while having this level of injected insanity in it, of like, whether it's because of, you know, chemicals that certain characters were involved in, or because certain people had lost their minds in one way or another. And so there was this level of unpredictability that existed within Borderlands 1 and 2 that they've started to drift very, very far away from. I also appreciate seeing people with disability in games, especially key players. I agree, Athena, I do, but it also makes me nervous. Not because of there being a character with a disability, but because of the company that is handling it. Because Gearbox Software, as a company and as a video game developer, does not have a very good track record. And so it's nice to see Fran as a character, but I do worry that she will be handled poorly. She's definitely a very strong character. She definitely is ready to handle things her own way and not be put down by the sake of her disability. But I can see them using her disability inappropriately and in a very uncomfortable way. So you can see that, like, there's not a whole lot of control that you have over the characters. It's moment to moment. It's definitely a newer version of a Western visual novel where it's choose your own adventure style. Psychos are crazy in a certain way. I just feel like this is very pandering with how Gearbox handles social things. And I think that's what it is that Gearbox so often has pushed towards trying to, I don't know, build individual jokes that they think are funny, rather than build a cohesive environment that has both a level of seriousness, but the brevity of comedy inside it as well. So this is going to be, however, we saw a short snippet of them fighting with these, like, figures. Yeah. Quick time events, small moments, individual decisions, and I don't necessarily even believe that this game will be bad, but I do worry that it's not going to be what a lot of people want. I don't know if it'll live up to people's expectations that are coming from Tales from the Borderlands, and I don't know if it'll meet a lot of the boxes that Borderlands fans want, and I don't know if it's just going to land very well as a product. So anyway, as you can tell, I'm very tentative about it. I probably won't touch it, but I am curious to see where it ends up with on a public level, just because of all of the circumstances that we've already talked about. Gearbox is in a very interesting position right now. They did have a very large success with Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, but historically, at least, well, not historically, not eternally, but over the last handful of years, they've had many problems and many controversies. So just don't try to blatantly acknowledge things like, by the way, this character belongs to this demographic. See, we're inclusive. Yeah, and that's a problem. That's when you're pushing into tokenism. So that's new Tales from the Borderlands. I'd love to hear from you if you're a fan of the Telltale Games catalog, whether it's from the Walking Dead series or A Wolf Among Us or even Tales from the Borderlands. How are you feeling about new Tales from the Borderlands being led by a developer sticker of Gearbox Software? And where do you sit on Gearbox as a company, and where is this game landing for you specifically? I'd love to hear from you. Please leave your thoughts down in the comments below. If you want to keep up the conversation elsewhere, two great places to do so are Discord and Twitter. Speaking of Discord, we actually have a channel dedicated to these reactions where you can place links of your own that we can watch together live on stream, because we do stream 4 days a week: Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday, and I would love to see you there. If you enjoyed this video, please leave it a like. If you want to catch future videos, please subscribe to the channel. And if you do watch one of the other videos on the channel, or if I see you in the live stream, thank you and enjoy. It should be an interesting time. Inserts my yikes face. That's a fair face to insert, is a yikes face. Okay. I'd love for gaming companies to be less gross. Yeah. Well, it's because companies are so focused on making money. They're just like, hey, if we include a disabled person and a black person and a gay person, then we can appeal to those demographics. But that's hard to fit in. So what if we just inserted a black, gay, disabled person and stuck them in the party? That'll work, right? And then it's like, well, no, especially not when all you do is talk about that person being black, gay, and disabled. Overwatch characters and their demographics with the announcement, right? Kiriko is like, by the way, hey, we have a Japanese girl. She's like a fox person. Let us show you how Japanese she is. And the first time that Kiriko was shown off was at the Tokyo Game Show. Ah! Oh. Yeah, them retroactively making characters gay. Oh, by the way, Soldier 76 is gay. Okay. I'll take care of it, Athena. Athena. Oh my god. Hello again. Okay. So Let me double check. That was video 6. Okay, so I'm gonna go. I'm gonna start the battle. I'm gonna go change my shirt and hat. I'm gonna ask the people that are here, what do you want to do between this battle and the next one? Do you want to do one very long one, or do you want to try and knock 2 more out? I'll leave it up to you. Ow, ow, hang on. Oh, my back, my back. Here we go. Okay, start this battle. Take this hat off. Double check because now my brain is lying to me. Where was that one? Yeah, okay. We'll be right back. I'm short, I think. Actually, not really. I'm just average height. Depends on where you live, Cerulean. I believe the average height for males in America is like 5'7", 5'8", and the average height for women is like 5'5". Obviously, that could have changed, but I do believe that's at least what it was at one time. I like how tallness is relative location. It is! Alright, we got 2 healers or a single healer, either which can be used for 420 channel points. Most kills go to AP 10, tied with Athena, followed by Rayback, tied with Shoshipi. Most assists go into Robo Momo with 4, followed by a tie between AP 10 and Bizarro Shoshipi. I'm 5'11" and a giant where I live. I am 6 foot tall and not a giant where I live. There are so many people taller than me up here. Well, we're gonna do all of it, Athena. It's just more of, did we want to do one long boy or try and fit 2 in between this battle and the next one? So we're gonna try and do 2 though. Shoshipi and Rayback with the healers.
Oh shit!
Oh no, AP10, I'm sorry. Quick, give AP10 a couple of tanks. El Canadiano was like, I'll be my own tank.
No need to worry about me. I'll handle it myself.
Alaska is weird because it's a melting pot of people. The Bay Area is a melting pot of short people. Athena, my people! My babies! You are next. Yeah, we're gonna, so these next 2 we're gonna do Gotham Knights, and then we'll go back and do the last worker. You need to calm down like a dragon. You need to calm down. Jesus. I can't handle it. I can't. I literally can't, okay? You're going to give me heart problems. Okay, probably not. Please don't give me heart problems, but you know, I wish this didn't say deluxe edition because that just kind of looks nice. Oh, not really. It's very off, actually. Never mind. Ignore that. Okay. None of these, I don't really, that's not the correct release date anymore. We'll use this one. We'll use the last one. Get some volume. All right. This is going to be we're going to do Gotham Knights next. Thankfully this will be the last Gotham Knights video, at least for a hot while. Because part of me is already tired about talking about this game, and the game isn't even freaking out yet. This game is, well, everything else I'm going to say is going to be just like relevant to the video, so. Okay. Put in your YouTube swans. Or other swans, whatever fits your fancy. Pause. We shall not yet start the video because we have one incredible individual that just arrived. Hello, DG. Private Island. Welcome in. Welcome in, Raiders. Drun, hello. Oh, thank you for that shout out, Athena. They're playing Power Wash Simulator. It's a fantastic game. Greetings, Raiders. My name is MichaelSchwahn. I'm a hyper variety streamer. I stream 4 days a week, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday. I like to talk, and I'd love to talk some more if you want to talk with me. So come in, check the vibe, see if you like it. If you do, maybe drop a follow and hang out in a future stream. If not, totally understand. But thank you for hanging out with DG, the one and only dumpster game. So I'm glad you were able to have a good time with them. Thank you so much for supporting them in the raid and coming over here. DG, thank you so much for bringing your community over here. Thank you for that follow, Private Island. As just a note, everybody, today is Sunday. On Sundays, we do reactions. We've been checking out game trailers for the last 2.5 hours. We probably got at least 2.5, probably more like 3.5 hours of trailers that we're going to be watching. So come in. I'll give you a quick rundown of how this works. I read an intro. We watch the trailer. We talk about the trailer. I read an outro. We make faces. Face gets used in the thumbnail, rinse and repeat. We do these live on stream because it makes for a more interactive and dynamic experience, both for myself as a content creator, as well as people that will be watching it later on YouTube, because you get multiple opinions that get mixed in there, right? Different points of view, different perspectives. People notice different things. People just know different histories for different games and stuff like that. You're more than welcome to be here, hang out, chat it up. We interact with chat live during the recording so we can have that dynamic conversation. So yeah, we're getting ready to check out Gotham Knights. It comes out here in just a few days. It comes out in 5 days on the 21st. So that's where we're getting ready to check out. So welcome in, everybody. And we're going to go ahead and get started. So alas, you can see if you like it. We only do this on Sundays. On Tuesdays and Thursdays, we do essentially like Let's Play style gameplay. We're currently playing Valkyrie Elysium. And then on Fridays, the incredible Athena Latina joins me on this stream. And we we play JRPGs together. We just got done playing AI, the Somnium Files Nirvana Initiative. And I need to fully confirm this, but I think we're going to try and start up Persona 5 Royal on this upcoming Friday. I think. Anywho, all right, and if you are a subscriber, you can use this YouTube Swan to say hi to the new YouTube video. If you're not, you don't have to. You can use any emote you want. That's just the one that's built for the purpose. It's only for subscribers, and unfortunately with channel points, you can't unlock it like you can all the other emotes. So you can also put in like the Hi Swan, Pog Swan. I believe the Pog Swan is a follower emote, so if you're a follower, you can just immediately use that one. Any emote that fits your fancy. Okay. Here we go. The Kappa Swan is another good one. The Dancing Duck. We got lots of BTTV emotes. So, all right, here we go. Wait, I need the... No, not that. Not that. It's in this one. All right, here we go. Greetings and salutations. My name is MichaelSchwahn, and welcome to the channel. We have some more reaction content for you, and today we are checking out Gotham Knights. This game is finally almost to release, and I feel like as we've gotten closer and closer to release, this game has felt more and more doomed. I remember when it was first announced and we saw the 4 characters. We saw Red Hood, we saw Batgirl, we saw Robin, we saw Nightwing, and we were like, man, can you imagine getting to run around and beat some ass as these 4 in what looks like, you know, an Arkham adjacent style gameplay? Man, this is going to be cool. I can't wait. And then as they've shown off more and more and more, this game has just looked worse and worse and worse. And they showed off like 14 minutes of Red Hood gameplay, and we watched, though, of Red Hood and Nightwing gameplay, and we watched it, and I was like, I mean, it looks like if you took Arkham and Spider-Man, squished them together, and took out some of the fun. And it's not gotten better. And we'll talk some more about some of the details that have come out about Gotham Knights as we get through these videos, but we'll start letting these videos speak for themselves. Calm down. We ended up not checking out the Robin character trailer, so we'll go back to June of 2022 and check that out, but we'll be quickly jumping forward to the villains trailer, the PC trailer, the gameplay launch trailer, the cinematic trailer. We got some more footage for this, but yeah, don't forget rubber bullets. Dude shooting people in the head point blank with rubber bullets. That kills people.
Gotham City likes to keep you guessing. It's hard to imagine a Robin without a Batman, but I guess it's up to me to figure that out. You've got this, Robin.
Don't worry, his pole is bendy. That's why that didn't just crack that dude's skull and kill him. Nobody wants you, Robin. Get out of here. It's also really interesting that there's Robin fighting on the same team as Nightwing. I'm sure it's happened.
Using teleportation tech from the Justice League satellite, I bet I could zap myself short distances in a fight.
Well, that's some hack-ass
Bruce
shit.
Always told me to believe in myself, that I had what it takes. Let's prove him right. This is it. This is how Robin wins.
I'm guessing Robin isn't Dick. I don't know. Like, there might be that information available somewhere, because, I mean, normally what happens is that Robin gets older, Batman either dies or retires, and Robin turns from Robin into Nightwing. But Nightwing is here, so it might be that Nightwing is an older Robin that became Nightwing, and this is the new Robin. I don't know. That information is likely available somewhere. There's so much information about this game all over the place. So this is the official villains trailer. I'd rather this be a Teen Titans game. So, you know, Athena, yes, I would love for a Teen Titans game, but with the way that this game is looking, I do not wish this was a Teen Titans game. Okay, so this is a villains trailer.
Never gave up on anything. That's why Gotham City is still here.
Dick Grayson is still Nightwing?
That's
Okay.
why I'm still here. And I've known for a while now that someday, like him, I'd have to work with you.
Oh yeah, Inspector Gordon is also gone in this game.
I've seen plenty of criminals in my career, but nothing could have prepared me for this.
Well, well, if it isn't Brat Girl.
Rat Girl. Hi, Harley.
Gotham City is at her weakest. There's blood in the water, and the sharks are circling. They're all making their move.
Play nice.
But we aren't going to give up.
I don't know what that was. Those things are gross.
Nothing can stop it.
See you at the premiere.
Gross. Disgusting.
I need your help. Your skills.
I'm so tired of Harley Quinn, especially this version. Yeah, I can see how he'd start to wear thin on you.
You got my back?
Oh, boys!
This biopic is based on a true story. My story. Soon, the world will feel the cold as I do.
I got one last little surprise for you.
Come to watch the show, Red Hood.
Nah, I'm just here to kick your ass.
I don't know how you kick that thing's ass. That thing's disgusting. One of the things that I'm curious of is why they're still pushing Harley, like, not why they're still pushing Harley Quinn, but solely Harley Quinn, right? Because it's like, if you want a badass, like, anti-hero style villain that you can play around with a lot, Poison Ivy's literally right there and is still in the same universe and everything. It is very closely connected with Harley Quinn, but man, has she just been particularly absent. A big problem is trying to put too much into one game or movie from these franchises. That's what the early Spider-Man movies had a big issue with, featuring like 3 villains in one movie.
Is a difficult endeavor.
This is the PC trailer.
One that Bruce knew you would face.
I know you'll keep Gotham safe. Good luck.
Nothing can stop what's coming.
Not at all a segue for later. No, we're going to talk about that as soon as this trailer is over.
Ultra wide and multi-monitor support.
Okay, so let's talk about the proverbial elephant in the room, which is this game, okay? So, Cerulean, you're like, 4K? No way! Ray tracing, get out of here! You know, here's the thing, okay? This game is coming onto consoles, okay? This game is going to be available on consoles. I forget, it's not even on previous consoles. This is PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X and S and PC. You cannot get this on a PlayStation 4. You cannot get this on Xbox One. Obviously, you cannot get this on Nintendo Switch, okay? Here's the thing, though. There is 2 major issues with this game, okay? One, first off, this game, cool ass fucking collab game, right? You can play as Batgirl, Nightwing, Robin, Red Hood. You can group up together. We're going to join forces together and beat the fuck out of freaking Mr. Freeze, right? It's gonna be sick. We're gonna take down Harley Quinn. We're gonna take down whoever the fuck, you know, whatever villains they throw in here, okay? However, maximum players is 2. 2-player co-op. 2, not 4, 2. Why the hell would you pitch this game in the way that it is and it not be 4-player co-op? You cannot play as all 4 people at once. You cannot get 3 of your friends together and go on an adventure through Gotham together and take down any of these villains or go through any of this game. It is 2-player. Not 4, 2. Just 2, okay? Big, massive strike number 1, okay? Because, like, when I first saw this game, I immediately was like, hells yeah. I want to get 3 of my friends together, and we're going to play this. It's going to be awesome. There's going to be 4 of us. You know, Athena's going to be freaking Batgirl or Nightwing. I'm going to grab, either, like, if she doesn't grab Batgirl, I'll play Batgirl, or I'll play Robin. You get someone like freaking Gorthon's going to be Red Hood. Thesslamar's going to be whoever the fuck they want to be. We're going to get in here, and it's going to be hells yeah. No, 2-player. Next issue, okay? They recently announced On consoles, so this whole thing, 4K, high, ultra high frame rate, ultra wide support, ray tracing. Consoles, no ray tracing. Consoles, no 4K. Consoles, locked to 30 FPS. 30 FPS. 1080p, 30 hard set on consoles. Doesn't matter if you're on PlayStation 5, they're not going to offer you a performance mode that gives you a dynamic resolution that goes up to 60 FPS. You're not going to have a quality setting to where it's 4K 30. No. 30 FPS PlayStation 4 ass shit. I don't know what the fuck is going on over at the developers for this game. I don't fucking stand. Like, this should have been 4K 60 4-player out the box, but it's neither of those. I do not understand what is going on with this. Some people are making the comparison of this game visually from Arkham Knight back 7 years ago, back in 2015, and be like, man, look how good Arkham Knight looks versus Gotham Knights. I don't care, okay? I don't care that you can cherry pick screenshots from a game from 7 years ago and make it look better than a game that's releasing today. That is not the issue. That is not the issue that I take. This game should 100% have been 4-player and should 100% have been available at 60 FPS. The fact that it is not available at either of those makes this game confusing as fuck. Spider-Man right now is 4K 60 FPS with ray tracing. I know. I don't understand. It's so confusing. Everyone is looking at this like, how? Why? What is the issue? What problem did you run into? And that it was apparently such a massive problem that you just decided to accept it. I don't get it. Yeah, I think I was ready for 4-player co-op too. It would have made such a great, the pitch of 4-player co-op in this style of game would have been wild. Would have been wild. Kind of early PS4 shit is that? I know, right? Spider-Man is single player. See, the thing, like, yes, you are correct. However, one, Spider-Man, both the Spider-Man 2018 and Miles Morales are both available on PlayStation 4. This is this is current gen exclusive. It's not having to deal with the cross-gen shit. PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X and S, PC only. And all of the games that are in that exclusive bracket don't have that issue. And it's not like it's couch co-op, because if you're having to re-render the game multiple times for couch co-op because people are looking in different directions, that's one thing, and that's not what we're talking about. You should be rendering the system yourself on your own system. If I am partnering, if I'm on my PlayStation 5 and my friend is on their PlayStation 5, your system is the one that is rendering it. So it shouldn't matter how many people are playing at the same time. And you could say that maybe that's why it's only 2-player, right? Because it's like, oh, okay, well, if we get too many characters on the screen doing their effects, it hurts frame rate, right? That does sometimes happen, and that's an optimization issue. But you can only have 2 players. And so, like, it doesn't make sense. If like with 4, they'll be like, we're struggling to get it at a steady 60 at 4 players, maybe. But man, I wonder if they started the game with the idea for 4 players and just couldn't get it to work or have the time to do it. They commented that 4 players was difficult to balance, is what it was. Is that having 4 players was difficult to balance. And I'm like, that's not a good enough excuse, okay? Not in my opinion. I can, like, you are building a game that is using one of the biggest franchises in the world. And even if it ends up being bad balance, so the other 2 are AI, they're just not there. You are either playing as one hero or you have co-op with 2, and the other 2 people aren't there, as far as my understanding goes. But with the upgrades and power and such, there's not really an excuse. No, and like, it'd be one thing if it was on cross systems and they're like, yo, if you're playing on PlayStation 4, you ain't getting much, because that shit's old, dog. You get a 30 FPS and you better cross your fingers. But we've seen PlayStation 5 games that are 4K 60 locked. They're like, no, we got the technology now. 4K resolution, 60 frames per second. Have a good day. And games like Returnal and even Ratchet and Clank have these big, massive, expansive areas, and there's spell effects and sparks and explosions everywhere. 4K 60, no issues. The only excuse here is that they either couldn't get it to work or they didn't have the time or money to get it to work. Like, it's one of those things. They either couldn't or they didn't have the ability to, like, they didn't have the ability to do so, or they didn't have the time and funding to do so. Either way, it's shit. And it makes what already looked like a pretty, like, rocky release, because as we've seen more of the gameplay is like, I mean, it doesn't look like it's gonna be mind-blowing, but it might be fun for a while, right? None of the gameplay we've seen has looked outstanding. But it looked like it could have been a good time. But they've continued to be like, yeah, but the way that it could have been a good time, we're taking that away. Yeah, so, you know. All right, so this is the gameplay launch trailer. Speaking of the gameplay, we'll just go ahead and let that play now.
Bruce was Gotham.
Marvel's The Avengers. I don't know how many people can play at the same time, but I think the multiplayer was sadness, according to players. I've heard that the campaign story for Marvel's Avengers, really good. Everything else, bad.
You've always had my back when I needed you. I know you'll keep Gotham safe.
With the ongoing spree of homicides and kidnappings across the city, police are now urging citizens to remain indoors.
Let's knock some heads.
They're always watching, always listening. The Court of Owls has sentenced you to die. Nothing can stop what's coming.
Let's play.
Tonight is mine.
I'm fucking copywritten now.
You always said people needed something to believe in.
Let's finish what Bruce started.
This is actually a pretty damn good trailer. Like, some of the special effects kind of look not the best. Like when you got like the lightning just doesn't look like it's lit up correctly. But that was actually a pretty good trailer. I'm not gonna watch this deluxe edition trailer because it's just advertising all of the extra costumes and shit that you can get if you pay way too much extra money. And then so this is the latest piece of marketing media. That was the gameplay launch. This is the official cinematic launch. So this may or may not have any gameplay in it. It's a cinematic trailer, but it is the last piece.
Sidekick. Inadequate. Replaceable. Stubborn. Unreliable. In over your head. Untrustworthy.
Totally rubber bullets.
Uncontrolled.
That dude's dead.
A monster.
He just needs somebody's face into a cement wall. That dude's dead.
A pale imitation. A wise, cracking disappointment. Is that all you see when you see yourselves? Because I see more.
Thanks, Alfred.
Master Bruce saw
He saw greatness. He saw potential. He saw the future of Gotham. Remember, everything he was is within you. And everything he could never be is why you'll be so much more. It's your time now.
This game makes me mad. Okay? This game makes me mad. And here's the reason that this game makes me mad. We watch a lot of trailers. There's a lot of games that come out, okay? And there's a lot of games that when we watch the trailers for them, we're like, man, this game has a lot of potential, right? This game could be something incredible. This game could be a powerhouse. This game could. When I watch these trailers for Gotham Knights, okay, and with so many pieces of what they show, especially these last two trailers, the cinematic trailer and the gameplay launch trailer, this game not just could, but should be incredible. This game it isn't just has potential. This game should have been something so much more than what it is going to be. And that is so unfortunate. This game had everything ready for it. This is not made by the developers that did the Arkham series, right? And it will never escape that comparison. But the Arkham series were heralded as masterpieces within not just a brawler style video game, but also just as how to do a really good hero game. And even though it is not like the legacy of the Arkham series in Gotham Knights, this game is still going to be seen that way. And as I look at this game, everything here says that this game should be incredible. But as we've learned and seen more about this game, it will not be. And that is tragic. Because it's not that this game could have potential. This game should be incredible. And it is not. And the game's not out yet, so, maybe I'm wildly wrong. Maybe I am just woefully incorrect. But I cannot believe that that is the case because of everything that we've already talked about in this video. So that is Gotham Knights. It releases October 21st on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X and S, and PC. The way to play it is going to be PC because it's the only way you're getting 60 FPS. It's the only way you're getting 4K. I don't care about the ultra widescreen multi-monitor support and the other shit that they rattled off. There might still be a good story in this game. I do believe that the characters in this game will probably be pretty damn decent. The story is actually probably going to be pretty damn decent. It is taking a moment where Gotham has lost Batman and has lost Inspector Gordon, and both the villains are looking to see what they can achieve in that space, as well as the new heroes that have to rise up. Is it a new story? No, but it could be a very good one. But the gameplay looks weak, and the game is limited by either the failings of its developers or its publishers, or maybe a combination of both. But that's Gotham Knights. I'd love to hear from you. Let me know what your thoughts are down in the comments below. If you want to keep up the conversation elsewhere, two great places to do so are Discord and Twitter. And speaking of Discord, we actually have a channel dedicated to these reactions where you can place links of your own that we can watch together live on stream. Because we do stream 4 days a week. Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday. And I would love to see you there. If you enjoyed this video, please leave it a like. If you want to catch future videos, please subscribe to the channel. And if you do watch one of the other videos on the channel, or if I see you in the live stream, thank you and enjoy. Ow. My neck popped. Well, I meant to do 2 videos, but that ended up taking a while, and I apologize. I guess we also did get raided and stuff, so that's also part of it. I'll forgive myself. Yeah, Cerulean, you have so much success to work with. And outside of like the pre-order stuff, you know, and like the deluxe edition stuff, it hasn't even felt like this game has been very scummy in terms of like microtransactions or everything like that. So we got 1 bomber and 1 flying rogue, either which can be yours for 420 channel points. Most kills going to AP 10, followed by El Canadiano. Most is going to Show Sheepy, followed by El Canadiano. Going random in 5. What are you not forgiving people over, Real? Who are you not forgiving and for what? Toshipi and Athena with the rewards? It is warm in here. Did we really get away with only having 1 glitch wraith? That could be really good for us. Chompers. Oh. I'm not forgiving you for whatever you forgave yourself for. Very well. Oh no, AP10. 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 That's really dangerous. It'll be great if it works, but if freaking Shooty McShootface shoots you, you're just being turned into a treasure chest. I mean, you might be able to get up there and kill the glitch wraith before she does, but I'm afraid for you. Agreed, forever blamed. Okay. Where's Gotham Knights? Okay, there it is. Okay, we need to go back here. The last worker. Fuck this game on sight. Have you seen anything beyond this? Yeah. Or is that enough for you? You're like, no, fuck that. That's enough. Or did you look it up? I don't give a fuck what your job is. I don't want to be the last worker anywhere. All right, that's fine. It has worker in the title. All right. All right, here we go. Put in your YouTube swans, your high swans, whatever fits your fancy. I am gonna try and get 2 done between this battle and the next one. I'm gonna try. Wish me luck. Greetings and salutations. My name is MichaelSchwahn and welcome to the channel. We have some more reaction content for you, and today we are checking out The Last Worker. Now, The Last Worker, I believe, is supposed to release on October 19th, but I could be completely wrong. And this is a narrative puzzle platformer. If I remember correctly, I'm going to go take another peek at the Steam page. Narrative exploration puzzle platformer game. Which, I mean, are you fucking Wally in this? Is that what we're doing? You're just playing? Holy shit, real the fuck? This is terrifying. All right, anyway. So, yeah, The Last Worker. We'll see what they mean by that. I'm sure it's going to be a happy, fun time, right? Wyatt. Hi. Got a little excited with that, huh? Borderlands Light. Talk about dead eyes. I'd have dead eyes if I was the last worker. Well, that showed me nothing. That, mind you, that was the announcement trailer from March of 2021. We're going to move to January of 2022, which is a teaser for the gameplay, so.
Howdy. Welcome to the Jungle Fulfillment Center 1 tour. I'm really excited to be showing you around JFC 1. For the first time, we're bringing the tour to you. This building is 650 million square feet, or as large as the sunken city of Manhattan, which technically makes us larger. Millions of miles of boxes, each containing a dream come true. At Jungle, we deliver the future, except we do it right.
The business's name is Jungle, like jungle, like the Amazon. Like Amazon the business, and you're the work. Got it. Okay.
Experience our cutting-edge Jungle Robotics Fulfillment Center. It's a combination of people, technology, and high-tech computer algorithms. At Jungle, nothing can stop progress. Quality starts with you.
Are they shipping people? This is called the End Stage Capitalism trailer. I wonder what kind of commentary this game is looking to make on the world.
I hope you get this. I hope you see this. I made it down to the belly of the beast. It's worse than I thought. Far, far worse.
Move fast and buy things. That's what we tell our customers when we set a product to only one left.
They're stocking death and destruction. In family packs.
Buy, buy, buy. Hey, where are you going? I said buy, not buy, buy.
This is end stage capitalism. It's the end of the road. I've seen hell. We are in hell. We must stop Jungle. We must fight fire with fire. I hope you get this. I hope you see this.
Boom! Oh, look.
Baby VR glasses.
Girly pink edition.
That's a bit sexist, isn't it?
I don't think it's sexy. I think it's lovely.
Pretty much Oddworld with bad Borderlands graphics. A little bit, yeah. They're trying to do something, but not good enough to do it. It's Well, I mean, you know, if you want to go really into that conversation, it takes money to make a video game, right? And they are commentating on the, you know, gross situation of the world that our late stage capitalist environment exists in. So, you know, hard to get funding for criticizing the system that you exist within. I ship people all the time, just not like this. Damn it, Eve. This is the exclusive trailer from the Summer of Gaming 2022 back in June.
Deliver the future. We do it right now.
Skew, do you mind keeping watch? I need a piss.
Yeah, sure. I'm on the lookout.
Yeah, just look away.
Sure, yeah. I'll watch.
I can't go if you're looking.
Coast is clear, mate. There's only me here.
Don't look. That's what I'm saying. Just look away.
Oh, right. Yeah.
You're standing right at my crotch. Skew.
What?
Look away.
Oh, look away. Sorry. A bit mesmerized there. Well, it's interesting, you know. I haven't got one of them. They look very impractical.
No watching.
Who am I going to tell? Yeah? What do you want? I can do trickling stream. I can do waterfall. And I can do rain.
I'll hold it in.
Don't throw away your piss bottle. You still need it. Damn, that was the whole trailer, was just commenting about Amazon workers pissing in bottles. I'll accept it. All right. And then the latest trailer, which is the Future Game Show trailer from August of 2022.
At Youngle, we are all family. A family with one common goal. Customer satisfaction.
Is that all of his belongings in that one little box?
As the old saying goes, you can't choose your family. Except here at Youngle, we choose. Be the horse that wins the race. Be the kitten that gets the milk.
Wonder why the rainbow here at the president, it feels icky or sinister in its purpose. Oh, that's absolutely intentional. So whoever that fucker is, they said his name and I forgot his name. He's definitely meant to be a caricature of Jeff Bezos, the CEO of Amazon or owner or whatever the fuck he is. I don't actually give a shit. Fuck Jeff Bezos. But anyway, and then the rainbow hair is definitely probably meant to be a narrative commentary piece about how they're like, yeah, we just put rainbows on shit to make us seem more friendly and happy pride and shit like that, right? Like, it's definitely meant to be that kind of, it's meant to be icky and sinister. I feel like every anti-capitalism indie game is the exact same game. I mean, I'm trying to think of how many of those even exist, because admittedly my brain is full of all of the footage we just saw, so I'm not immediately thinking of another one right offhand. But, I mean, if it gets the message across, that said, will this get the message across? I don't know. The game, like a couple people have already commented on, is that I feel like the game has moments where it looks all right and then other moments where it really doesn't. And it is interesting that you're called the last worker. You do only see the one guy, right? So it could be that does the world even still exist outside? Has the world run into a purely state of machine automation? Is there no people actually buying products? Who actually fucking knows, right? I imagine if you play the game, you could find out, especially if it's meant to be a singular release. So Jeff Bezos stepped back a few years ago, but is still an asshat. Yeah, I don't pay attention to who runs the mega corporations, only just that I strongly oppose them because it doesn't matter because they all fucking suck. And Jeff Bezos still makes, you know, comical amounts of money off of his shares that he owns in Amazon. So, but anyway, so that's the last worker. It doesn't, in terms of an actual video game, I don't think I care. It literally looks like you go through some hallways, find the right box, figure out how to get that box to the delivery center, and that's your puzzle platformer. The game is definitely much more focused on trying to make commentary on our current capitalist hellscape that we exist within, and the potential direction that could go. We aren't too far away from having environments like this. The exact state of the world that this game portrays is probably farther off than some people would like to express to you, but there has already been talks about Amazon building their own like focused cities where like you live in the city, you work in the city, and Amazon provides all that you need. So getting this game depending on the price, sure. And I think that while there are lots of games like this, Real, one of the things to keep in mind, for my own perspective at least, is that I am so heavily plugged in to video games, right? I see a lot of games, a lot of trailers, and so it can feel like there are a lot of games that feel and look the same, but that's not necessarily like my situation in terms of being as plugged in to video games and living and breathing and reading about them all the time, every single day, is not the circumstance for a very large number of people. And so if there was an anti-capitalism game that came out a year ago, there are people that may have seen it, played it, enjoyed it, and those people never even heard about this game, and vice versa. People that will have heard about this game and maybe play and enjoy this one that have never even heard of the game that came out in the past, right? Because it's interesting how games exist in that sphere. But that is the last worker. It doesn't need to communicate its message to me, okay? Like, trust me, I could probably ramble off for a few hours about how much capitalism sucks and the problems that it causes, but that's not what we're here for. And so if this game appeals to you, or if it doesn't, let me know what your thoughts are down in the comments below. I'd love to hear from you. If you want to keep up with the conversation elsewhere, two great places to do so are Discord and Twitter. Speaking of Discord, we actually have channels dedicated to these reactions where you can play links of your own that we can check out together live on stream, because we do stream 4 days a week: Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday, and I would love to see you there. If you enjoyed this video, please leave it a like. If you want to catch future videos, please subscribe to the channel. And if you do watch one of the other videos on the channel, or if I see you in the live stream, thank you and enjoy. That's fair. It's like, man, I agree with the sentiment. Let's find other ways to express it. I mean, there's a lot of ways to express stuff. So, like, some people express it through books, through art, through papers, through journalism, you know? I think one of the larger problems is the lack of progress that we make in a lot of those circumstances, so. So it makes it feel like we're seeing a lot of the same shit because people have been hammering away at the same messages for a long time. And then throw a song in your Discord, really cool anti-capitalist story. Okay, cool. Cool, cool, cool. Which one is this? We'll do this one next. It looks like a lot of links, but it's actually not that many videos, so. Oh, hello. Thank you. I appreciate that. We'll take a short little breaky break after this one to enjoy that. This one shouldn't actually be that long. Okay, here we go into the next one. Okay, here we go. By the way, speaking of which, before you jump to the next one, about anti-capitalist and all feel the same. What about Fallout? Since it's the same, does that feel the same as the others or nah? Well, it depends, right? Like, so Fallout is depending on which game you're looking at with Fallout. And I know you were talking to Real Eve, but I'm going to just inject myself into the conversation anyway. White dude, hi. Is that Fallout feels like it is there is the like gross capitalist part of it in there because of like them trying to sell like the Fallout shelters and the nuke protections and stuff like that, right? So like there is that aspect that exists in there, but I feel like Fallout, for me at least, feels less of a commentary about the problems with capitalism and the problems instead with the kind of like war focused scenarios that we have on a world scale. Because it's more talking about like what led us to essentially killing everybody with nukes and then what happens afterwards. And it also always has that like fantastical side of things because of like the way that they portray like radiation mutations and stuff like that, like ghouls and stuff. There isn't very much to suggest that a ghoul would ever exist in our world, even if we did fucking glass the planet with nukes, right? And it always feels more about the dangers of nuclear war, and then just more of about a post-apocalyptic setting afterwards. So, all right, dropping your YouTube swans. YouTube swans, YouTube swans, YouTube swans, YouTube swans, or hi swans, or that whatever that fucking creepy ass emote was that you dropped earlier, Real. Holy shit, that thing was creepy. Surprise? Hell no. All right, anyway. Greetings and salutations. My name is MichaelSchwahn, and welcome to the channel. We have some more reaction content for you, and today we are checking out the Pegasus Expedition. You ever want like a little peek of what happened in terms of the game's development? I would love to know a little peek of the story of the Pegasus Expedition's journey to development. And I'll explain why as we go through the reaction video today. But if I was to give you an idea of what the Pegasus Expedition is, this is Stellaris Light. This definitely looks like Stellaris if it was more approachable for more people to play. Less complicated systems, not as many crazy and wide and weird and wacky menus, and a little bit more just approachable game while still being this like grand strategy 4K space venture style game. So with that said, I'm just going to go ahead and let the game talk for itself from that point forward. So this is the official teaser trailer for the Pegasus Expedition back in August of 2020, so a little over 2 years ago.
First, there was a shockwave, and then a light. That was the last we ever saw of Annaba. We were new here, colonizing a galaxy that was hardly pristine. It was bound to lead to a collision at some point, but it still caught us by surprise. And maybe we were the ones to have caused this, but we weren't going down without a fight. So we hit them where it would hurt the most.
You know, it's interesting to me, the more and more of the games that we've seen that have used these like static artwork storyboard style presentations.
We ended a planet.
I'm not opposed to it, it's just interesting.
A reign. And an era.
So that was the teaser trailer. So now this is the Indiegogo trailer. They did attempt to do some crowdfunding, and I say attempt, and I'll talk about why. This is the Indiegogo trailer from February of 2021.
The final push was rapidly approaching. The time when we'd see whether this was all for nothing or not. Only then, we'd see what each of us was made of. These final hours of our mission would determine our future for good.
Damn, I should have used that. That's a beautiful
This is
shot.
the Pegasus Expedition, a story-driven sci-fi grand strategy game by Kalla Gameworks. I am Jaakko, and this is Adam.
We're creating our own take on the sci-fi 4X genre, which means a coherent, extensive narrative experience within a solid grand strategy game.
The grand strategy will play.
Remember,
out
Real,
here
this
in
is the
Pegasus
Indiegogo
Galaxy.
trailer. They
On
were
the
trying to
Galaxy
convince
map,
you to
will
fund the
create a
game for
movie of
them,
fleets
or to
and
help fund
agents
it.
Making your strategic decisions.
Whose apartment is this? One of theirs. It's an
We can
indie
zoom
game,
into
bro.
any star system to get into the system view. Here, you will manage the development of the planets and space stations of a star system.
A lot of the gameplay revolves around building the right buildings in the right places and having your fleets with the right kind of units where you need them at the right time.
When 2 or more hostile fleets meet on the galaxy map, the following battle will be resolved in the star system.
You will choose a strategy your fleet will execute in the battle. This affects how many battle groups the fleet will form, where they will move, and how the different unit types will behave.
There's no single best strategy, as the
So you
layout
don't
of the
actually
star
control the
system,
units,
your
you just
fleet
give them a
composition,
strategy. I
and
like
your
that.
enemy's fleet composition all dictate which strategy is the most suitable one.
So you don't actually need to command the
Luckily,
troops. You
war
just
is
say,
not your
take this
only
strategy,
option.
and
will
then you
engage in
see if it
diplomacy
plays
with
out
other
correctly.
factions, both by making dynamic deals in the diplomacy system, as well as making choices in dialogue.
The story of the game is mainly told through dialogue with your own council, as well as the important figures of the other factions.
You, human, are the suspicious and despised intruder of the Pegasus Galaxy. You have only limited time to accomplish the impossible. It won't be easy, and it won't be pretty.
The Pegasus Expedition will have a unique, more narrative and humane approach to grand strategy gameplay.
By that, we mean that you will lead people too on a personal level, like a great leader has to do.
So, this is the game we're developing. It's our take on what an epic sci-fi grand strategy game should be. We've been developing it for a really long time and are now going to Indiegogo to be able to bring it to its full potential.
So if you think you'd enjoy playing this game, please consider backing us on Indiegogo or follow us on social media to remain informed. There's some cool stuff you can only get from our Indiegogo campaign, so please check that out. And that's it. Thank you for your interest and support. The Pegasus Galaxy is waiting for us and you.
So that was the Indiegogo trailer, right? I'm going to use this and save this for later when we get to the end of the video, because that's just a really beautiful looking shot. Anyway, so they did have an Indiegogo. It failed horribly, okay? Their Indiegogo campaign had a target goal of $20,000, okay? They only had 44 backers for a total backing of $2,018 US. I'm curious. So you were able to get a copy of the game through the Indiegogo for $23. And it looks like 24 signed up for that. They had a larger bit, 11 people for the $35 tier. I'm guessing they just struggled to get many people to, like, I bet they struggled to get eyes, okay? Especially because this was February of 2021. We were still in the middle of the pandemic. It wasn't a bad time, but it just meant that there was so much media going on all of the time on the internet that it's very easy to get struggled away. I think I want to play this. So the interesting thing, though, is that when I was building the materials for this, I was like, man, that must have been a struggle. But it's very clear, even looking at their Indiegogo trailer, that they had a large amount of the foundation, the building blocks of the game that they wanted. They were just hoping to get some extra money to finish, actually, to finish the game in its entirety, right? And so they did end up finding a publisher in the form of Fulcrum Publishing. Man, there's, in terms of indie games, we're seeing so many publishers that I've just never heard of. Fulcrum Publisher has successfully launched over 100 game titles, including all of these games I've never heard of. But regardless, so they ended up finding a publisher, okay? They found a publisher to give them however much money they needed in order to actually finish it. So with that said, this is the new announcement trailer that was released in May of 2022, over a year after that Indiegogo trailer, at which point this is actually on the publisher's YouTube channel. So they have been given publisher funding and have been pushing forward with the game past that.
Courage and will. Politicians spin those two words as if they'd solve anything in war. They are right in that it's all the common soldier has to give. But the rest is up to you and me, Director. We will lead our fleets from battle to battle, with every choice deciding the life and death of that common soldier. We will explore, build, and exploit, because we need power, production, and industry, as courage matters very little with no guns to back it up. We will gather the greatest minds of mankind to take us to unimaginable heights of technology. All this will create us enemies, but there may be friends too, if we play our cards right. Not everyone is satisfied with the old order of the Pegasus Galaxy. And we are well on the way to becoming the new one. So by the Earth, and everything our species has ever done, we have the courage, and we have the will.
And then we move forward to October of 2022, month we are currently in, for the early access release date trailer.
We stand at the final crossroads.
Fulcrum looks like it published a lot of games in the early aughts based on the art of the covers of the game they've published. Oh, okay. You can tell that they've actually, like, we can see improvements from those trailers back in like 2020 and early 2021 to today. Like, just, it looks smoother. It looks like it has a lot more refinement going on in it.
But we are who we are.
And then it comes to early access 2020, and it is available on Steam. It doesn't have a price tag as of now. There is a demo if you wanted to try it. Their goal is to release the final version of the game mid-2023, so 9 months-ish. But, I mean, I feel like every single target date is always just woefully wrong, right? I just feel like it never actually is able to make it. So that is the Pegasus Expedition. And like I said, when I was looking through it to get these materials, I saw some of what it was going for, and it definitely feels like it's trying to I want to say take a take on Stellaris without being nearly as unwelcoming as Stellaris can be. I actually did a video on Stellaris, I don't know, 2 years ago now, where I just jumped into it blind and tried it out, and man, is that game just so difficult to get into just blindly out of the gate. So I don't understand what the gameplay is. Like, I really want to like this, but I'm so confused as to what it is. The easiest way that I could try to describe this, and hopefully this communicates what this game is. This is Civilization in space. And that's a very, very rough description. It's not going to be exactly that, but if you've played any of Sid Meier's Civilization games, that's a 4K grand strategy game, and that is very much what this game is going to be like. There is a story that's involved here where most of the time Civilization does not have it. It's going to have a little bit different mechanics, of course, and it's not going to be exactly the same way, but that is the closest comparison that I can give you, is a Sid Meier Civilization game set in space. But that is the Pegasus Expedition. It is amazing to me that it ended up actually finding its way out today, and I'm guessing it's because they actually had so much foundational work done. You can see at that Indiegogo game, the Indiegogo trailer, that they had a lot of work done. They just needed probably some extra time, some extra money, and that's probably what enabled them to be able to get a publisher, because sometimes there's those Indiegogo games or Kickstarter games that they don't get funded and then they just disappear. They never actually get to see the light of day. So they found a publisher, and they at least are releasing in early access. If the game ever gets finished or what time it gets finished is also, obviously a different conversation, but that's what we have today. So that said, let me know what your thoughts are. Put your thoughts down in the comments below. If you want to keep up the conversation elsewhere, two great places to do so are Discord and Twitter. And speaking of Discord, we actually have a channel dedicated to these reactions where you can place links of your own that we can check out together live on stream, because we do stream 4 days a week: Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday, and I would love to see you there. If you enjoyed this video, please leave it a like. If you want to catch future videos, please subscribe to the channel. And if you go watch one of the other videos on the channel, or if I see you in the live stream, thank you and enjoy. All right. Alrighty then. So we're gonna take a short little breaky break. I'm still gonna be here. I'll still hang out and chat with people. We're not gonna jump straight into another video though. Athena was very gracious and dropped me off a little bit of food. I did eat before the stream, but then I ended up like having a longer conversation with my mom and a couple of other things. So I ended up not like starting stream when I wanted to start stream. And so like by that time, like food was starting to wear out. So I need some food. Change your hat. I also need to change my shirt. And drawers. See, like I said. So we're going to sit down for a minute. We'll go over to this screen. Ooh. Don't forget to also change only one sock. Socks, gross. How far are the TGS reactions? Hang on. Who said it was for your feet? Damn. Because you're still wanting us to do Stellar Blade at some point, real, right? That's a good thing that we can talk about and look at to fill time while I, one, rest my legs because I've been standing a lot, and two, get some food. $200 gold, it can be yours for 1,669 channel points. 2 Shinobis for 420. Most kills going to AP10, followed by Bizarro Shoshipi. Most assists to Bizarro Shoshipi, followed by El Canadiano. Going random on the scrolls and the golden 5. Athena with the Shinobi, Shoshipi with the gold. Okay. So let's take a look. The first thing that we actually, there was a game I wanted to ask you, but I can't remember the name. Turn-based JRPG on PC, PS5, and maybe other stuff made by 13 people. Are you, wait, made by 13 people? Are you talking about fucking 13 Sentinels? Is that what you mean by made by 13 people? Or are you talking about 13 Sentinels Aegis Rim? Wow, thank you for the tiniest fucking game case ever. I still can't get it. Why are game covers so difficult to get a perfect, like a decent sized image of the damn thing? God damn. Okay, so the first thing that we'll do though, real, in terms of your question about like how soon will we be able to do a reaction for Stellar Blade. The first thing we got to actually check is upcoming video game releases, because if we look at our schedule today, right, all of these games with the exception of the very last one we're reacting to come out in the next week or so. Destiny Sword comes out tomorrow, Imperial Dreams comes out on Tuesday, Last Hero of Nostalgaia on Wednesday, same with The Last Worker and The Valiant. Hell is Others is on Thursday, along with Mario plus Rapid Sparks of Hope and Second Extinction and Phantom Abyss. The Pegasus Expedition is on Friday. Gotham Knights is on Friday. New Tales from the Borderlands is on Friday. Persona 5 Royal is on Friday. And then Mountain Blade 2 Bannerlord is actually like the following Monday or Tuesday. So, well, when is the 25th? Yeah, Tuesday. So all of the things that we're reacting to today come out in the next 8 or 9 days. So, with that said, let's take a look at what games are coming out, not this coming week, but the week after. I have 5 of them open because they don't actually all share the same information. So we are looking at games that are releasing between the 24th through the 31st. So basically just between the last week of October. Hang on. I'm getting another bite of pizza. So we got Saturnalia. Already reacted to that. Signalis. I don't know if there's new footage for Signalis. If there is, we will react to that. So, is there an easy way? Do they still have sticky notes? They do. Sticky notes needs an update? What for? Oh, God. All right. What the fuck are you updating in the goddamn Sticky Notes app? What the fuck? Anyway. That's right. This works. All right. So we got 1, maybe. Star Ocean is a definite. 2. I don't know if there's anything. Can I get an easier to see brush? Potentially. Just maybe. There we go. All right. I'll have to see if there's anything new for Modern Warfare 2. There's nothing new for Resident Evil, so nothing there. Okay. So we got 3, potentially 3. Sackboy: A Big Adventure. We might want to do that one. Signalis: Star Ocean. Bayonetta 3 we definitely need to do. Especially as we need to comment and talk about some of the stuff that happened yesterday. But that'll have to wait till next week, but whatever. Victoria 3? I don't know what that is. Warhammer 40k Inquisitor Martyr is definitely something that I'd be interested in. Just on name, anyway. Factorio on the Switch, I don't think I care about. Live by the Sword Tactics? Probably. The Unliving? Probably. I would need to check on Eden Gate, Fraymakers, and Stranded Alien Dawn. Going to this one. No one actually has a fully cohesive list of everything that's releasing. So I can actually Google these and see if any of these have popped up with release dates, because these all say October. Release date October 25th. Okay, so we can put that one in. What were the other ones? Fraymakers. Be interesting. Hopefully we get actually more solid information before then, considering the number of voice actors who are also holding their judgment. I agree. And that's one of the things that I'm actually not too upset about not talking about Bayonetta 3 until at least next Sunday at least until next Sunday, because hopefully by then we get some more information. What the fuck is Fraymakers? It is a Smash Brothers clone. This just still says October 2022. Does their Twitter page say anything? No. No idea on that one then. What was the other one? Stranded Alien Dawn. Honestly, if you're just going to to drawn, I would have used calculator and 1+1. Yeah, but I didn't want to have to type. This one I can just click over and draw, right? I didn't want to have to type +1 because I thought of the calculator first, and then I was like, no, that's not what I want. Here it just. Yes, Stranded Alien Dong. This game actually already released on October 12th, so that one can be taken off the list. Early access simulation strategy survival. Okay. Eden Gate looks interesting though. I'll definitely want to check that one out. Let me grab a trailer for Eden Gate real quick and just put it in the Discord so that I have it. Did we already check out Eden Gate? I might have opened this. Okay, hang on. How much you want to bet it's already in the damn Discord? Let's see. How much you want to bet it's already in here? It is. It's right there. Okay. Okay, and which one were we in? This one. September, October. Signala, Star Ocean, Victorio. Broken Pieces. Why does that sound familiar? Oh, this actually already released. We already talked about Broken Pieces. Yeah, it released on my birthday. This one is very out of date. Oh, no, it releases on consoles on October 31st. I was like, Broken Pieces, that sounds very familiar. It's because it is. It's releasing on consoles on October 31st. Okay, let's take a look in this one. Oh, I don't know if I marked Eden Gate or not, but we'll put it on there. July. October. I'll actually probably want to check Resident Evil Reverse to see if there's anything new for that one. Okay, so it looks like we're sitting at around 10-ish, maybe up to 12 for next Sunday. So that means that we don't have 14 that we have to do unless something else pops up, which means that we could just do Stellar Blade next week because there is room for things that aren't releasing the week after. Like normally what I would do, we have this reaction links channel, right? Normally what I would do is I would just scroll up and then wait for it to load and scroll up and wait for it to load and scroll up and wait for it to load and scroll up, wait for it to load and scroll up. There is definitely some of this that can be cleaned out, right? I just haven't gotten there yet and scroll up. And then I would just take whatever is the farthest back. When I open these, I check to make sure that they're still relevant. Like I know that we scrolled past Disney's Dreamlight Valley, which is no longer. Can I suggest pinning the oldest one? This top thing is actually already pinned, Eve. I just didn't think about it, so you know. Thank you. That makes way more sense. So yeah. There should, unless something, most of the major game announcements have all been done. So most of the rest of the release year should be finished. So unless something really jumps out of fucking nowhere, we should be able to do Stellar Blade next week. I wouldn't normally, because I'd just be grabbing whatever is the farthest back in the backlog, but I can move it up. Not a big deal. But yeah. And then over time we'll thin this out even more. And like I said, there's definitely some stuff like I saw Disney's Dreamlight Valley in here that needs to go away. There's probably some other stuff in here that needs to go away. We like this one, right? Like we already did Grounded. Grounded can go away. Overwatch 2 can go away. The Game Pass thing for Riot Games can go away. Grounded, and it is already out. Yeah, and we also already did the video for it. We did the video for Grounded last week. All of these Solstice trailers can go away. We fucking played the whole damn game. Why do I feel like we did System Shock? Like, I feel like we've already done that. I feel like we already did a video on the new System Shock game. It's because we did. Now, mind you, while we are getting rid of some of these, we're scrolling past a lot as we do that. So much in here. Eyeball. Why would you do that? You know, it's a trend to do 80s graphics on horror games, and it makes me mad. Why does it make you mad, Athena? And what game specifically were you thinking of when you said that? Oh, with VHS style graphics? Yeah, I'm really over film grain filters in general. Like, I feel like very few things I feel like do film grain filters well, and instead it's just a way to like be lazier with their art direction. It's okay if it doesn't look very good because it's got a film filter on it. So, you know, it's meant to look kind of strange. Oh, the Splatoon stuff can go away. Oh, and stuff that, like, I just needed to get out of here. Like, Gungrave Gore, we actually already did that one, too. Nine Years of Shadows, that one went out this week. The Last Aura Crew, that one went out this week. We already did Torchlight Infinite. Yeah, so like we already did Temtem. Like, I'm sure that there's a decent amount in here that we can keep cleaning out and clearing up and narrowing down and stuff like that, but we'll get there. Square Enix and their fucking naming conventions. Various Day Life, Triangle Strategy. They're even in the same fucking font. There's the Like a Dragon stuff, the Deathverse stuff. And get rid of the Overwatch 2 stuff. The Square Enix font drives me crazy. I don't know what's what. Yeah, they don't care. They just want you to buy it. Would you rather them try and use a different one if it was Comic Sans? Honestly, yes. Especially considering their names are so fucking weird. If they used a title that still had their weird ass names, but it was in Comic Sans, at least I could differentiate it by having the Comic Sans font. The Diofield Chronicles spelled in wingdings? Yeah, sure. Or just in like, you know, just like cliche calligraphy, man. Woo! It looks like you're almost to the bottom of the scroll, but it's actually a lie, because when you get to the bottom, it just loads more. Although these are from October, so we actually, this actually is the bottom. So. You had more than one Discord crash on you due to memory? Dang. It's pretty impressive. We can close these. Yeah, so we should be able to do Stellar Blade next week, real. That's not what I wanted to open. And with Stellar Blade, we can actually go back and grab the previous... What was it called before? It was called Stellar Blade Project Eve, I think is what it was called. We can grab that footage and check it all out together. We need to see, there's some more project games coming out of Asia that we need to see more of. Project D, I think is what it was called. We need to see more of. Project Awakening, we need to see more of. Lost Soul Aside, we need to see more of. It's like a really talented director asked me exactly what I thought was cool and then did that. Part of my brain was like, they asked you what you really thought was cool and you're like, butts. Butts are cool. Girls kicking ass is cool. Girls kicking ass with nice butts is cool. I mean, I can't argue with that. No, but there's a lot of focus on the female form in Project Eve and Stellar Blade. Little Cotton Barbarian, little Icy Snowman Berserker, Geek of Oz Golden Rogue, Ray back with that big melon lady Berserker. Oh my goodness, look at this. This Drama Llama tank. So cute. That Coco Jobro flying rogue. Coco Jobro. A Diamond Donut Musketeer. Justice, gold flying rogue. I see a Geek of Oz Centurion, the Tin Man. Sunset Buster. I hope I never get a game that is exactly like what I want, considering my tastes change every week. I mean, if you got a game that was everything you wanted, it would just kind of, like, I feel like it would make other games feel lesser forever. Girls wearing green, butts, mechanical shit, monsters with too many body parts, Asian dude with a cool mask, fucked up city, religious implications, goodness. Who's got the Tin Man? Geek of Oz. As I'm sure comes to a very significant surprise that the Geek of Oz has a Tin Man skin. Someone gave it to Sheepy. I knew who Geek is. I was maybe one of his 7 or 8 first battlers and verses before he got big. I wasn't just suggesting that you didn't. I was just more suggesting that it wasn't a surprise that Geek of Oz has a Tin Man skin. A matcha monk? Okay. You know, with some of these, it's just like, is matcha the name of the the content creator, or is this just like, I understand he's green like matcha, right? But like part of it could also be that like, oh yeah, well the content creator's name is Matcha, and so they make a lot of skins that are green because their name is Matcha. It's from an event, okay. That Freya Centurion's badass. Coco Joe, bro. Coco, what is this? What is this? Is that an eggplant sword? Coco, is that an eggplant sword? Is that the little leafy green part of an eggplant? Do I want to know? Maybe I don't want to know. How are things? Things are well. Things are very, very well. A Soulsian with shooter gimmicks, looter, and romance, and some lewd scenes. RPG system closer to RuneScape leveling, but with an everlasting effect with its grind and skills. Certain being AFKable, some not. Then you can't forget the possibility to have co-op or a replayable system where you have 2 options of playstyle, more standard, railroaded, and a complete open world. What are you describing, Eve? Or is this your perfect game? Is that what you're talking about? That's the game that you want? Oh, my neck. Yeah, we have 5 more reactions. In my perfect game, that is just impossible, and I wouldn't want to play it. All right. I don't know what my perfect game would be. I really don't know. I don't even know what genre it would be. Depends on your mood. It does. I don't know if I could define what the perfect game for me would be. Let me take a look at what we still have to go. Mario plus Rapids. This is the one we just did, right? Was the Pegasus Expedition? So we'll do Persona next. And then Mario plus Rapids. And then Phantom Abyss. And then the last two don't matter. So we'll just do Second Extinction, and then we'll finish it off with Bannerlord. Yakuza Like a Dragon with GTA levels of detail would be my perfect game. Sure. That'd be a really damn good game, too. Sounds difficult to make, though. But that's also probably why it doesn't exist. Okay. We got a minute till this battle starts. With that minute, I'm actually going to move my plate and then change my shirt. And then while the battle runs, I need to run to the bathroom and also run upstairs and do a couple things real quick. And then we'll come back and we'll get started into more reactions. All right. rewards that can be used for 420 channel points. Be right back. Gotta put my little standing pad back. Going random. All right, are you all ready to go on an adventure? Maybe. It's a reasonable response. Man, I don't know where to place here. I'm gonna come over here, I guess. I'm also expecting us to struggle since this is a loyalty chest. All right, place your units, everybody. Wish us luck. All right, let's go on an adventure. And I mean a fucking adventure. These links are all videos except for the last one, which is the Steam page.
Peggy.
I've seen too many guys answer that question without some more information. Also reasonable. It's a fair statement. I mean, even Bilbo could say something about adventures. Also fair. That's gonna need adjusted. Ooh. That's a problem for me to deal with later. Okay. Anyway. All right. Strap in. Strap in, everybody. Woo, boy. The problem that I get to deal with later is that I'm pretty sure there is too many videos that need to go out before the game's release, and there's not enough days for that to happen. In case anyone was curious. So, Yeah. 14 videos. All of the games come out in the next 5 days, though. That's only 10 videos. So that gets to be a conversation for me to have with myself later. That's a post-production problem. All right, anyway, here we go. Glad I got a comfy hat on. Greetings and salutations. My name is MichaelSchwahn, and welcome to the channel. We have some more reaction content for you, and today we are checking out Persona 5. You can call it Persona 5 Royal, Persona 5 Today, however you want to look at it. But Persona 5 Royal, for the longest time, was locked on the PlayStation platform. Everyone was wondering, when is it finally going to come somewhere else? Come on. You brought Persona 4 Golden to other platforms, and then Persona 5 Royal finally was announced that it was coming to multiple platforms. It's going to be on the Nintendo Switch, it's going to be on Xbox, it's going to be on PC, and everyone was like, oh my god, no way. And not only is it going to be on PC, but you can also get it as part of your Xbox Game Pass subscription, which is incredible. You can play Persona 5 Royal not only on PC, but just included with Game Pass, which was amazing. Incredible. But now, before we begin, one, I actually know almost nothing about Persona 5, okay? I just don't. It wasn't a franchise that I cared about. I know it's a very beloved franchise, but it wasn't one that I cared about when Persona 5 was coming out, or even when Persona 5 Royal was coming out. It wasn't until recently, on my stream on Fridays, I stream with my incredible partner in life, Athena, and we played through Persona 4 Golden. And because it came to Steam, and I was like, oh, sick, that's a good opportunity to try it. We can play through it together. And we played through it together, and I gotta say, Persona 4 was awesome. That was an incredible experience. That was an incredible game. And like, after playing through Persona 4 Golden, I was like, if the other games are anything like this one, then I can understand why people love these games so much. But I only played that, I don't know, within the last 2 years, right? And I know that Persona 5 Royal was already out, and I just didn't care when it released. And so I know so little. I know they're called the Phantom Thieves. I know the main character's name is Joker, and I know that's it. That's all I got, okay? I don't know anything else. I did not pay attention to any marketing for this game or anything, but me and Athena, we are going to be playing through Persona 5 Royal now. I do own it. I actually already own it on PlayStation because I got it from Best Buy for like $5 or some comically low amount, but we'll probably end up playing it on PC now because it'll have like 4K and all that other fancy stuff. So, but one of the things we like to do with our reaction videos here is we like to see where a game came from to today. We don't just react to a singular trailer. We're not just going to react to the Takeover trailer, which is one of the recent trailers that came out for the game coming onto all of these other different platforms. We are actually going to look at way back when, on November 24th, 2013, when Persona 5 was initially announced. And if the one, that is 9 years ago, as just a little bit of context. Also, to put that in perspective, this video caps out at 720p on the official announcement trailer. So, let's go. Is this where I need to scream and like rip my hair out and stuff? Winter 24. So one, I'm curious if anyone knew that this was Persona 5 before it got to this screen. I'm sure that like maybe a super fan like recognized some tunes or something going on in like the little clicks or something. But I'm glad to see that game development has not changed, right? I don't know if I'm glad to see that, but there's so many times in 2022 it's like, oh, this game's been delayed. This game's been delayed. Persona 5, I mean, I believe Persona 5 is actually old enough now that it had different release cycles of Japan versus worldwide. But worldwide, it didn't release until 2016, and I don't believe it released in Japan in 2014. So, you know, it's good to see that, you know, that at least hasn't changed, and it did not make this release. So then we'll move forward from November 2013 to February of 2014, and we get another teaser trailer. Although I'm judging, I think this is actually the same exact fucking teaser trailer. And I think we're still in 720p. I'm just scanning through it. Yes, it is the exact same trailer. However, 2015 for PlayStation 3. Exact same trailer. They're like, oh yeah, we're not making that 2014 date. Also, yeah, PlayStation 3 for motherfucking PlayStation 3, yo. So here's an interesting thing. I was scouring through YouTube to try and find different bits and pieces for this, right? And I have these trailers set up in the order we're going to watch them is from oldest to most recent, right? And the order of trailers, I don't know, and maybe there was a trailer that was in Japanese that I just wasn't able to find very easily. But there's a trailer in Japanese that, well, there's the next trailer chronologically that I found was an IGN gameplay trailer. So, and there's got to be a trailer that I missed somewhere of like a more proper announcement trailer, because I can't imagine that they do a gameplay trailer after a teaser trailer and not have at least some sort of cinematic showing, right? But this is what I was able to find. So let's continue on. And keep in mind, this is still just base Persona 5. At this point in time, Persona 5 hasn't even come out yet, let alone Royal. Did we make it to 1080p yet? We did. We made it to 1080. HD, baby. Oh, maybe this is... Hey, Joker. It's the tutorial. Okay, it's called a gameplay trailer, but this is definitely like a stylized presentation. Oh, Igor. Good to see you're still around. Or I think his name was Igor. Igor. This could totally be a gameplay trailer with some of the things we saw in Battles of Persona 4. Fair. That's very fair. Oh. Wow, okay. Everything that I'm seeing, I'm completely comparing to Persona 4 Golden entirely. Do we still have pylons? That was one of my favorite things of Persona 4. The fucking pylon mechanic where everyone just fucking goes ape shit on the enemies. Bro. All right. So then we're going to go from February 2015. We're getting closer. We're getting closer to June 2015. So this is the E3 trailer from 7 years ago. It looks gorgeous, such a stylized game series. I mean, it's definitely clear that they have a lot of passion for the product that they're making. Is this the same trailer, just with English on it instead? I wouldn't be surprised, right? If it is, we won't watch the whole thing. But I think this is the exact same trailer, but with English lines on it. Yes, it is the exact same trailer. I just scrubbed through it. It's the same thing, just in English, presented for E3 instead. Okay, but now we get to move forward in a whole year to Persona 5's E3 2016 trailer. This one is much longer. Those gameplay and E3 trailers were just shy of 3 minutes. This one is 4.5 minutes long. And you know, just for the sake of it, let's take a quick look and remind ourselves when this game actually came out, because I don't remember right off the top of my head. So it did release in Japan. Oh, it released in Japan. Okay, I was wrong, actually. In Japan, it released September of 2016. It didn't release in the West until April of 2017. So they didn't make that 2015 date either. It's fine. It's fine. It happens. Okay, let's go.
これで手はずは整ったというわけですな。
厄介なことになる前に片付けておかねば。
Joker, you look like shit. What happened to you?
どこであの世界のことを知ったの？取引に応じなければあなたは終わり。おそらく死刑。だから正直に答えて。すべてが真実か。
みんな、お手合わせは分かってる。迷ってる時間ないよ。やっちゃって。ジョーカー、始めるぞ。逃走経路は私がナビする。ともかく走って。
These environments, though. Inside the TV in Persona 4 was so much fun, right? All of the different worlds and everything in there, the music inside them was fantastic, but they were all very much like, very few of them, the environment was different, but the way that you progressed through them was very similar. So it's interesting to see the stylized camera directions that they're taking. What is with that? Man, I feel like the environments are going to be really fun to go through in this. Because Persona 4 is a bunch of hallways, rooms, and doors, right? Is Futaba our Rin in this game? You don't actually fight as her, but she gives you all the benefits as like your overseer. Gross. But you ever think the angles in anime are a little weird?
俺たちは何を間違えたんだ。もう手遅れなんだよ。こいつらやべえ。
所詮俗人どもの遠吠えだ。
おとなしくしていればいいもの。まあ近々始末する予定でしたからな。
Well, that was cool.
いよいよだ。
It didn't make that date either. It didn't release until April.
ようこそ私のベルベットルームへ。
Oh man, I think 99% of fan art of this game is always exclusive of that girl with the headphones and glasses. Futaba? No. I can tell you as somebody who's subscribed to multiple art subreddits that it's all of them, but especially the girls. I think her name is Anne, which is the one with like the curly hair, the long blonde curly hair. She's the one that I probably see the most in that people draw. Okay, so this is the launch trailer. Which is the actual day that the game finally released in the West, April 4th, 2017.
16.
You are truly as he anticipated. This is truly an unjust game. But if my voice is reaching you, I beg you, please overcome this game and save the world.
I'll navigate your escape route. Follow my directions. Enemies here?
Suspect confirmed. Cuff him.
It can't be.
Think that all those crimes were led by a punk like this. You seem to be enjoying every second.
You transferred to Shujin Academy, correct?
I feel like we're gonna get along just fine as troublemakers.
Looks like you'll just have to live a normal, honest school life for the time being. Still, make sure you stay prepared just in case.
I'm curious how much of a personality Joker has in this game. Just because I can't remember what his name was supposed to be in Persona 4, like what the protagonist's name actually is, but we just named him Hiro. But he didn't have as much personality as everyone else in the cast, so I'm wondering if Joker is much more of a defined character.
Allow me to observe the path of your rehabilitation. Gather personas and bring them
Is that supposed to be Igor's fucking voice?
and continue to give birth to even stronger personas. The world is not as it should be. It faces an inevitable utter ruin. However, mankind is said to hold the power to overturn even the most dire of predicaments.
Damn. Okay. All right. So that concludes the media for Persona 5. Because at that point, the game is out. But then there became Persona 5 Royal. Because I don't know if it's just all of them, but I know that at least Persona 3 and Persona 4, they have improved versions of the game. Although Persona 3, for different reasons, is debatable on whether the improved version is actually improved or not, because there's Persona 3 FES and then there's Persona 3 Portable, which was the updated version that came to PlayStation, well, to the PlayStation Portable, and then Persona 4, you had PlayStation 4 and then Persona 4 Golden, and so with Persona 5 they released Royal, which by my understanding, having only played Persona 4 Golden, is that it's the same game with just more in it. You don't need to have played Persona 5 to play Persona 5 Royal. You can just play Royal and you'll have just a perfectly fun time, and you largely won't know what was or wasn't added, because like I looked up later what was added into Golden compared to its base version, and I was really surprised. I was like, oh, I would have never known because of how skillfully it's interwebbed into the game. All right, so the E3 trailer from 2019 for Persona 5 Royal. Think it's a very common thing in Japan, considering Kingdom Hearts was the same? Probably. It's probably, it's I would equate it to like a director's cut, right?
Did you think this would please me? Being shown mercy? I don't want your pity. Are you really this spineless?
I'm responsible for crushing that dream.
You ever think the average attractiveness in anime are way above standard? That's media in general.
I think somewhere in Kichi.
It's not strictly anime. That's video games and anime and movies and TV shows.
Wait, so you're saying cognition can be rewritten? Is that even possible?
Remember the discussion we just had? There are a number of students in this school you shouldn't get involved with.
Don't you think she's acting strange?
Thanks for taking my counseling into consideration.
I've been getting this feeling like someone's watching me.
Have we?
Okay, Diana, you could check to see if it's like a similar composer or something.
Are you still planning to continue on as the Phantom Thieves? I would think you'd want to steer clear of situations like this.
Oh, you looked? Okay.
So you're out like the trash if you don't show results. We should be able to prevent the worst case scenario if we keep up our efforts.
Did you know? We are all capable of changing ourselves. If we just believe.
Let's make it
I'll tell you, Mitsura didn't do Persona. You could check to see if whoever did do Persona worked with him in some way.
My finals, I'm in deep shit. Oh!
All those people cheering before. It's like a total reversal now. How could they be like this?
I fled from the truth. I'm sorry.
There's no justice in granting people's wishes as you see fit.
I'll be the one to decide what's right for me. I won't ditch everyone else to save my own ass.
Such is the code of the Phantom Thieves.
Coming to the West in Asia in 2020. Is that what ended up happening? Persona 5 Royal was released in October 31st, 2019 in Japan. And this trailer, wait, oh God, there's so many. Which one did we just watch? That was June 2019. So it was only a few months out in Japan, but of course they have to do translations and stuff. So at this point, the release date reveal trailer for Persona 5 Royal from December of 2019. We know that at least it ended up actually releasing March 31st, but let's see if that's what they initially announced.
You are held captive. I beg you, save the world.
It's a very different scene from anything else we've seen in these trailers so far. Joker's also apparently able to like go demon mode. Sicko mode. A brand new character. Interesting. So from my perspective, again, I didn't know she was a new character. I've seen plenty of artwork of Kasumi all over the place, but I had no knowledge of the game whatsoever. So I didn't know that Kasumi was a new character. I would have assumed that they were just part of the base game, but that's kind of part of what I mean about how the director's cuts of the Persona games so skillfully interweave their new content in with the rest of the base game. That was cute. That was really cute. I didn't even realize what they were doing. Man, that's so fucking clever. The damage numbers were giving out the date. Oh my God. 3/31/2020. That's so fucking clever. Oh my god. Can I get the mask? Was that something that you could get with like a... Oh yeah, you totally could get a Joker mask with stand if you got the collector's edition of Persona 5 Royal. That's kind of sick. I would hope that it was large enough to actually wear, right? Whether it fits on your face. I mean, everyone's got different faces. That's completely different, right? But I would like to believe that it fits on that it at least would have a chance of fitting on your face. Time to check eBay price? No, definitely not. All right, so this is from March 12th. So it's like 3 weeks before the game actually released. Persona 5 Royal specifically in the West. So it's the Change the World trailer.
Let me remind you who you're talking to. I am Kasumi Yoshizawa.
So adamant.
With this power, we might be able to do more than just getting back at society.
You stole everything from Shiko. You destroyed her. Now it's your turn.
No matter what it takes.
Some damn good music.
We go
Persona 4 also had damn good music, so.
To steal the core of their desires, their treasure. And those whose treasure has been stolen have a change of heart.
We're gonna change the hearts of all the bastards like you.
Now is the time to rise against the abyss of distortion, trickster.
All right, we're still not done yet. So this was the official trailer for Persona 5 Royal that released March 24th, 2020. So it was just, what, a week before the game came out?
Time to fight. Are you ready?
I'm really impressed with how different the trailers have been. Like, they're not reusing the same scenes very much. They're actually really rebuilding each trailer for a new presentation with each one of them.
School activities. Come on, follow me. Let's head back.
Yeah, Eve. Like, there's definitely plenty of other games where they'll have like 6 trailers, and 75% of the trailers are all this like the same grabs and bits of footage.
Hey, look out!
Come to me. You can't be serious. Now come at me. No one's gonna.
You can also tell that we're getting into higher quality footage and capture and stuff. Like, this footage is only 2 years old now, right? Little over 2 years, 2.5 years old. And the visual quality of the footage, I imagine the game looked pretty good before. But comparing like PlayStation 3 footage to like late end PlayStation 4 footage is wild. Sick. Mm-hmm.
The actions of the Phantom Thieves showed no sign of stopping.
They're not done yet. Okay. And then the game released, all right? And then it wasn't until like the Summer Games Fest, somewhere in the summer of gaming. This particular video is from June 28th, 2022. 2 years, a little over 2 years later, or just a few months back, when people's prayers were answered. I haven't actually seen this trailer. I haven't seen any of these trailers. There's going to be Persona 3 and 4 in this because it was a collaborative announcement. I'm also very excited that Persona 3 is going to be accessible on modern platforms. Because that was one of the big deals about Persona 4, right? Is that it was moved from PlayStation 2 to to Steam, at least. It was a great game. I fucking loved Persona 4. That was so good. You had to mod it? Technically, yes. But that was strictly for streaming purposes. There was no way to lock its frame rate. So it just gobbled up my graphics card. Because it was like, yes, we'll put this out at 390 frames per second. And I was like, no, I don't need that many. Thank you. Hang on. Oh, Steam isn't listed on Persona 4 Golden. That's why it has a different break here. Because it's already on Steam. Okay, I was like, why didn't they all have the same bullet points? Yeah, Persona 5 Royal comes out October 21st. Whereas I believe the other ones are sometime next year. All right, and we've caught up to as close as we can get to today, which is September 22nd. September 2022 with the Takeover the World trailer, or the Takeover trailer for Persona 5 Royal.
Obstruction of justice, blackmail, defamation, possession of weapons. Manslaughter too, yeah? And you seem to be enjoying every second of it. Huh?
All right, everyone, be on alert.
Okay, it took 10 trailers and for it to be the port of the game onto extra systems for us to finally see reused footage.
In the near future, there is no mistake that ruin awaits you. Do you have the resolve to challenge the distortion of the world?
Is that Igor's voice? Holy crap, that's not the voice I had for him at all in Persona 4.
We can change people's hearts. We might be able to do more than just getting back at society.
I will not lose heart again. Ever.
Please don't forget the promise we made, okay?
I won't let you down.
There's still new footage in this, which is crazy cool.
We nailed it, Senpai. There isn't even a 1 in a million chance that my Phantom Thieves could ever lose.
And we've completed our journey of Persona 5 and Royal, as it would be. And finally, it'll be available now, October 21st. Persona 3 and 4 will be available on the other platforms, like I said, early in 2023. But it does find... Man, if there wasn't one of the most prevalent long-running memes on the internet of when is Persona 5 coming to Switch is probably just... Man, they couldn't hammer that home hard and fast enough. Although, you know, here's one of the things that I do find interesting is that this has taken so long, right? Persona 5 released 2015 if you're in Japan. No, wrong. 2016 in Japan, 2017 in the West. And the release date for Persona 4 Golden, if I remember correctly, not Golden, but Persona 4, is that it released, July 2008. In both Japan, July in Japan, December in North America. And so there was approximately an 8-year gap of time between when Persona 4 released and when Persona 5 released. Which then, when we look at the releases now, Persona 5 released in 2016. If they followed the same timeline, that would mean that Persona 6 realistically should be coming out in like 2 years. And we haven't seen or heard anything about it, which Persona 5, they did add that there was Persona 5 Strikers, which was not made by the same team as that built Persona 5, but it is kind of like a half sequel to it, and it doesn't play the same way. It's a Tenchi Muso style game where you're not Tenchi, just a Muso style game where you're destroying hordes of enemies, right? And so, but what that means is that realistically, we should be seeing Persona 6 sometime soon. 8 years honestly is standard for concept to finish game. Yeah, and so, but it's interesting to me, especially since Persona 5 was first shown off in 2013 or 2014, depending, if you really want to count that very first trailer. The one was an E3 trailer, right? Let's go take a look here. So this was a teaser. The E3 trailer was 2015. I guess they were pretty generous in not announcing it too early. I mean, they had these trailers, one in 2013 and one in early 2014, but the real announcement that showed off the game was in early to mid 2015, depending on if you're looking at the Japan or the Western reveal. And then they released it, at least in Japan, it was a little over a year later, and about, we'll just say 18 months later for the West. So if they follow that same course, and on the idea that they are following a similar timescale, then we should be seeing Persona 6 maybe at like E3 next year. Really, if it's fits within that timeline, which is crazy. Cool, though. It's very cool because it means that I got into Persona when Persona 4 Golden released on Steam. I'm going to be playing Persona 5 Royal with this release. And by about the time that we finally finish Persona 5 Royal, because I will give you a heads up, if you wanted to join us on that journey, on Fridays, me and Athena will be streaming it, but we can only play so much at a time, and these games are very, very long. And so with that in mind, it'll take us quite some time to actually get through it. And by about the time we're getting done with Persona 5 Royal, we'll probably be getting closer to a reveal of Persona 6, if it does follow along with that relative time frame. Doesn't look like they work together. Okay, I was just throwing out possibilities. So, with that said, that is Persona 5 Royal and Persona 5 and its entire journey in terms of it's a marketing campaign, at least what's available in video form on YouTube. I'm sure there was a lot more, and that looks really, really good. I know that Persona 5/Royal has received a massive amount of critical acclaim. Just an insane amount of accolades have went towards this game, and with my experience from Persona 4 Golden and just looking at what was showcased for Persona 5, I can definitely see where a lot of that would have come from. But with all that said, let me know what your thoughts are. Are you new to Persona? I'm not super new anymore since I have played through Persona 4 Golden, but I still feel new. Are you brand new to the franchise? Is Persona 5 Royal available on new platforms going to be what brings you in? Are you now interested in trying it? I'd love to hear from you. Let me know what your thoughts are. Put them down in the comments below. If you want to keep up the conversation elsewhere, two great places to do so are Discord and Twitter. And speaking of Discord, we actually have a channel dedicated to these reactions where you can place links of your own that we can watch together live on stream, because we do stream 4 days a week, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday, and I'd love to see you there. If you enjoyed this video, please leave it a like. If you want to catch future videos, please subscribe to the channel. And if you go watch one of the other videos on the channel, or if I see you in the live stream, thank you and enjoy. Speed Fighter was a good song, though. Pretty tough on bass and Rock Band. Really? That's impressive. There was only a few songs that, did any shit on bass in Rock Band. Oh, gotta go fast, everybody. Oh, thank you, Athena. Yeah, that was definitely going to be one of the longest ones. And I knew it, too. Just because there was so much. What are you doing up there, Athena? You playing a game? Ooh, I got the Gearbot tank. 200 gold. That can be yours for 1,669. That tank skin actually looks freaking sick. 1,669 channel points, 2 berserkers, or 50 gold for 420. Most kills going to Shoshipi, followed by a tie between myself and Rayback. Most assists going to El Canadiano, followed by Rebe. Doing social media stuffs. I'm excited. I want to vote. I'm just gonna vote for In Sound Mind again, but you know. Ooh, my back. Going random in 5. El Canadiano with the gold. Shoshipi with the Berserkers. Kanzio and Kumpel with the gold. Oh, man. It's time to fight, y'all. Yeah, I got that Jaeger Centurion skin. Alright, I'm gonna put this paladin right here. Get some big vibes up in here. Need a couple of rogues up here. Some archers here to go and get in that boy. We can try to get a couple of archers down there, but I don't know if they'll make it. And then some archers here, down here to get it at least into this one. I don't know if we'll make it to that other one, but we can certainly try. I could always give the archers down here the speed boost to try and get through the sand and get up into that Colossus. I don't know if this is actually closer, but we can always see. Place your units, everybody. All right, let me close all these Persona videos. That was cool. That was cool. That was super cool. Also, while we're in intermission, I finally gave up on BlueStacks. Yeah. I don't blame you. It sucks, but yeah. I've tried Android emulators multiple times for different purposes, and let me tell you what, I feel like all of them just struggle. And I don't know if it's because there's like not enough interest in the community to like try and build a good Android emulator, or like what the issue is, but man, I feel like I just cannot get them to operate on any like decent level. And it doesn't seem to matter how strong your computer is or anything like that. They'll even be like, oh yeah, we got these options to improve performance and stuff like that, and you can do all this, and they just still run bad. Emulation, you got my attention. So instead of emulating a game reel, we're talking about emulating an Android, like an Android phone, because there are certain games that are locked onto mobile. And so, but if you don't want to play a mobile game on a mobile phone, or open up an app that is mobile only, and you want to open it on like a PC, Android emulators suck butt. They suck butt. There's two of them, Eve. The main one I've seen people use is Yuzu. iOS emulation on macOS is supposed to be good. I can imagine that might not be as bad, but all right. All right. Only on the M1 and M2 Max. I wonder why it's so hard. There's got to be a reason for it, but I don't know what it is. All right, here we go. Keep the ball rolling. Greetings and salutations. My name is MichaelSchwahn, and welcome to the channel, We have some more reaction content for you, and today we are checking out, once again, Mario plus Rabbids Sparks of Hope. This game is coming very, very soon now. It's releasing on October 20th, and we are finally seeing the last little bits of media advertising this abomination of a game that is way better than it deserves, and I will be happy to enjoy it when I get the opportunity to do so. Mario plus Rabbids, if this is your first introduction to it, they are turn-based strategy tactical RPGs. You could compare this to things like XCOM, Fire Emblem, or Final Fantasy Tactics. And as much of a meme as people make about this game, man, are they good. Okay, like that's the thing. Is like the Mario plus Rabbids was way better than I feel like it had any right to be. It was such a damn good game and a good strategy tactical RPG. And then they're like, well, everyone loved it, so let's make another one. And I'm like, I can't even be mad at you. I want to be mad at you, but I can't. So we have the last few trailers for Mario plus Rabbids Sparks of Hope, starting with the Nintendo Direct trailer from September of 2022. Kirkhope is working on it again, right? I'm not sure, El Canadiano. I see what you're talking about. I'm not sure. Okay, so here's one that I think caught a lot of people by surprise. And I like, obviously, it's only 30 seconds long. The name is the Rayman DLC teaser trailer, but okay, so actually that raises a question for me, okay? What, Rayman is alive? Yeah, no kidding, right? So here's the thing. This isn't what I was actually expecting, okay? Because when I saw that it was called the Rayman DLC teaser, I was expecting Rayman to just be a downloadable character, right? I thought only the Rabbids survived. That's what everyone else was making jokes at too. But this says Rayman in a new DLC adventure. So this isn't actually what I thought, because initially I was thinking it was just a DLC character. You could use Rayman through, you know, the regular progression of Mario plus Rabbids Sparks of Hope, or maybe after a certain point in the game, you'd be able to, if you have the DLC, you'd be able to unlock Rayman, and maybe that's still the case. But when I read this, Rayman and a new DLC adventure, it makes me think that there's actually going to be a larger DLC that you get to play through that has its own progression that is focused on Rayman, which I would not be opposed to. In fact, I would much rather have that than have the just him be an extra character, essentially. This is the story trailer, by the way, as context.
In a faraway land, dark mess rises.
Dark mess. Not darkness, dark mess. Because there's a fucking mess everywhere.
Our fate rests in the hands
Some Kingdom Hearts shit.
of the galaxy's greatest heroes.
Look, it's a gummy ship.
Who are
most definitely up to the task. In whimsical new worlds, they'll meet new allies. From the wild.
Oh God, we're not getting the sunshine spraying device, are we? Flood? Give me flood.
To the... Whoa. Oh, yes. And Bowser, too. Together,
Hey, Bowser.
They must liberate these lands gripped by evil.
This game's gonna be so good.
As spark hunters give chase across the stars, and the odds stacked against them.
Gareth Coker, Ori Games Arc, Halo Infinite, and Yoki Shinomura, Mario and Luigi, Super Mario RPG. Yeah, pretty strong set of composers.
In order to triumph. But there is a deeper secret. Shrouded in darkness. That could consume even the brightest light. The greatest heroes spark into action.
Is that just evil Rose, crap, what's her name? Chick from Super Mario Galaxy. Rosalina. There we go. Is that giant space monster just evil Rosalina?
Available October 20th on the Nintendo Switch.
Because you got the Rosalina Rabid, right? But we didn't see Rosalina and like trying to save the stars and stuff. Is that just Rosalina in there? Interesting. All right, the last one we have is the cinematic launch trailer. Grant Kirkhope worked for Rare for many years and did Banjo-Kazooie, DK64, and then he did the Kingdoms of Amalur after he left Rare. Oh, okay.
That strategy anomaly detected.
Yeah, I almost said Roselia, but that's a freaking Pokemon. Dang it. Having not played this series, is Bowser protagonist? In this game, he will be a protagonist. That is correct. Thanks, Peach. The Wiggler. So, you know, I think I realized one of the things that makes Mario plus Rabbids have such power as a tactical RPG. And what it is that they have so few limitations. And what I mean by that is that when it comes to a game like XCOM, which I really enjoyed XCOM a lot, but XCOM, the battlefields are pretty restrictive in that it's realistic presentations, right? Like it's a war zone, it's a battlefield, you're in a building or something like that, and it's limited to the laws of what exists on our planet, right? And even in something like Fire Emblem, a lot of the times it's very similar in that aspect of that it's, you know, maybe there's some cliffs and some bridges and stuff, but it's largely a grounded experience in terms of the battlefield that your tactics play on. And there are other tactical RPGs that have interactive mechanics, the way that the teamwork attacks and stuff work in Mario plus Rabbids. And you have even like we'll go to another one that we haven't mentioned yet is Disgaea. And Disgaea often will have things like environment effects, such as like gems that you can place on different things that'll do different effects, or you can like pick up and throw your friends, or like stacking style effects and stuff like that. But Mario plus Rabbids, because it is such a fantastical setting, they are able to do more with a old genre because they have expanded what they're willing to allow in their level design. The environments are wild and wacky and large and weird and expansive, and that allows for the mechanics of the teamwork attacks and stuff to feel more dynamic, and also allows them to build a more set style of level progression while still being this tactical RPG. It's very cool. And that's just, and you know, there's probably games out there that have done things like this, and I just either don't know about them, haven't played them, or don't remember them. But it is something that, like, while we were looking at these trailers, I was like, man, they're able to do a lot. And one of the things that made the first game feel so powerful as I was playing through it was because of the ways that you navigate the levels, rather than it just being find the best form of cover and then, you know, just try and get your highest percent chance to hit, or, you know, doing rock, paper, scissors of what enemy beats what enemy in terms of like Fire Emblem. I love both those games a lot. XCOM and Fire Emblem, I love them a lot, but they definitely have very established ways of playing, where Mario plus Rabbids is definitely much more open-ended, I guess is the way I'd phrase it. But with that said, Mario plus Rabbids launches October 20th. I don't know if I'll get a day one, just because there's so many games coming out right now and so many that I want to play, but I'll definitely have to get it at some point, and definitely have to play it at some point, because it is worth your time and worth your money. But what are your thoughts? If you've played the first game, how are you feeling about the second one? If you have not played Mario plus Rabbids, and instead of looking at Sparks of Hope, I do believe you'd absolutely be able to play Sparks of Hope without needing to play the first game. I don't think that there's any requirement that you need to have played the previous game. Leave your thoughts down in the comments below. If you want to keep the conversation elsewhere, two great places to do so are Discord and Twitter. Speaking of Discord, we actually have a channel dedicated to these reactions where you can place links of your own that we can check out together live on stream, because we do stream 4 days a week: Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday, and I would love to see you there. If you enjoyed this video, please leave it a like. If you want to catch future videos, please subscribe to the channel. And if you do watch one of the other videos on the channel, or if I see you in the live stream, thank you and enjoy. Hello, Rio. Welcome in. How are you, friend? Everybody, if you are not already, you should probably go give Rio a follow. If I can type. Fantastic creator, fantastic person. They play a lot of retro games. What have you been playing, Rio? Rio. All right, Ghostwire Tokyo. How long do we have? 10 minutes? Okay. We're going to jump right into this next one. Actually, you know, we're not. I don't want to do this one. This one's a little odd. So with that said, actually, I'm going to go change shirts. Where is that one? What one was 13? Second extinction. Okay. I'll be right back. No, I'll just leave this shirt on, actually. Very vaguely, Eve. That's right. We'll still do this one, and then Bannerlord after the battle. And then we should be done after that. All right. That one's probably already good. Let me double check. Also set these up to where they don't need to do their weird buffery shit that they do. If that's supposed to be 4K, you are lying to me. Okay. Here we go. Put in your YouTube swans or whatever fits your fancy. Oh, all right, here we go. Greetings and salutations. My name is MichaelSchwahn and welcome to the channel. We have some more reaction content for you, and today we are checking out Second Extinction. Now, Second Extinction, I actually can't quite tell what kind of game it is because the screenshots that I kind of peeked at before we started up this video and while I was gathering the videos and stuff didn't seem to tell me very much. And when we look at the Steam page, it's just like, it's a co-op dinosaur game. And I'm like, that doesn't tell me shit, dog. But that said, Second Extinction, it's been around for a little while. I believe it went into early access, I think actually October of 2020. And so you've been able to play this game for a little over 2 years now. But the reason we're talking about it is because the game, as of October 20th, will be actually out. The game will be available, and it's also launching on consoles, everything but the Switch. So it means that there's actually a full game available now at this point in time, which is why we're talking about it. So with that said, we're actually going to jump back to the initial announcement for it, which was in May of 2020. And let's start to learn what this game is, shall we? Tells me everything I need to know. We got co-op and dinosaurs. We got shotguns. And a sun. Makes me think of Lost Planet. What's a modern shooter without sliding? Is this like Left 4 Dead with dinosaurs? I won't be upset if that's what this is, but is that what this is? Hang on, let's keep going.
Welcome to the war effort. Dinosaur threat level at 1. Prepare for deployment. Dinosaur threat level at 2. Prepare for redeployment.
I think that's exactly what this is.
Dinosaur threat level at 3.
I think this is Left 4 Dead, Back 4 Blood, Vermintide, Darktide, but dinosaurs.
Prepare for emergence event.
Which, like, I just got done playing in the closed beta for Warhammer 40k Darktide. These types of games are so fucking fun, right? Wait, where are we at now? Because that War Effort video was in August of 2020. We are now in the reveal trailer. Odd name. February 2021.
Locked and loaded.
Space Marines!
Hanging the area.
Aim for the weak point.
This is where the fun begins.
Fences up.
Maybe it's less Left 4 Dead and more Call of Duty Zombies. Or maybe like a mixture of both. It doesn't look like they're moving around environments so much as just trying to survive waves of enemies. Like, it definitely looks like they have elites along the way that you see in like Left 4 Dead or Back 4 Blood, but it looks like they're just more trying to just kill everything. Okay, so this is the game preview trailer, and game preview is early access, but available through like Xbox.
Prepare for deployment.
I'm ready, coach. Let the hunt begin.
Jürgen.
We've got this.
We need to go.
3.
Ready to go. I hate this, 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 I hate this.
They also seem to end with killing the biggest thing, which makes me think Monster Hunter. It's definitely not Monster Hunter. Like, if anything, that's just a boss.
Incoming.
Laser time.
Everyone is doing marvelous, yes?
Yeah!
Is that the last trailer? Do we have one more? Okay, we have one more. The full release date announcement trailer. I'm still struggling to actually like interpret what we're rocking here. It doesn't look bad, but I just want to know because it just sets my expectations of what game I'm experiencing. Are they large environments? Earth has fallen. It's their home now. Take it back. More to explore. Okay, so it is a large environment then. Because initially I was wondering if it was like mission structure or if it was like arena structure, but apparently it's more open. So maybe Monster Hunter isn't that bad of a comparison. Weird. Interesting. I mean, people have been playing it, yeah, since October 13th, 2020. So people have been playing it for a while, but it's like, I don't fucking know. Open world co-op dinosaur shooter. Weird. Okay. Interesting. It looks like it could be a hell of a lot of fun. You know, I didn't know what to expect from this, clearly, and I'm still kind of perplexed onto what it is as a whole. I'm glad that the game is coming out now, because admittedly early access is something that kind of sits wonky with me at times, just because it can be good, but it also can end up just feeling like you're playing an incomplete product. So I don't know. I would love, like, I'm sure I can just go find gameplay of it. I'm sure that because it's been in early access for 2 years, that would require a simple search. And, you know, maybe somebody will have a nice video explaining a little bit more in depth of how this game functions, because it looks like something that I could potentially enjoy a lot. And that's why I express that interest. But that Second Extinction, yeah. So let me know what your thoughts are. I'd love to hear from you down in the comments below. If you've already played it, even better. I would love to know what your thoughts are having played it and where it sat with you as a game and as a product. Let me know down in the comments below if you want to keep with the conversation elsewhere. 2 great places to do so are Discord and Twitter. Speaking of Discord, we actually have a channel dedicated to these reactions where you can place links of your own that we can watch together live on stream, because we do stream 4 days a week, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday, and I would love to see you there. If you enjoyed this video, please leave it a like. If you want to catch future videos, please subscribe to the channel. And if you do watch one of the other videos on the channel, or if I see you in the live stream, thank you and enjoy. Alrighty then. Oh, I should have sped that group up. Oh well, too late. Okay. All this battle runs, I'm going to change shirts. Be right back. Get him. Jolly good work, everybody. 1 Centurion and 2 Gladiators, either of which can be yours for 420 channel points. Most kills going to El Canadiano with 15, followed by AP10 with 8. Most assists going to Bizarro Shoshipu with 13, followed by a tie between Shepulchalist and Sushiyoshi with 6. Going random in 5. Hope and Shoshipi with the rewards. And I believe that puts us on a boss. On a boss. I'm not sure what would be the best way to get rogues in there, so I don't got to worry about these ones up here because they don't have enemies nearby, so. All right, then. This is going to be last, everybody. But that said, the chapter after this one will have a super boss on it. So if you are interested in that super boss, I will probably be doing offline battles tomorrow in the interest of, since I only have that 1 chapter, so I'll probably be doing offline battles in order to just crank through that chapter and get to that super boss. It's just a heads up to everybody, especially since the event only has about like 40 hours left on it or whatever it is. When are you doing them? I'll probably be starting them in about 14 hours ish. 14 or 15 hours or so. But we'll see. It should be around the time. Around 10 a.m. AK? Probably, yeah, roughly. Maybe a bit earlier than that. Because I'll probably turn it on about when I start work. So, wait a minute. I'm pretty sure I'm off work tomorrow. I know we don't have work on Tuesday, and I'm pretty sure I took off tomorrow because I was like, oh, I'll take a 4-day weekend. I don't know. I'll have to double check. That's a question for after stream. Little gift to myself. All right, last one here. Maybe we'll do a stream and make up some progress on Valkyrie Elysium from what we missed on Thursday when I was sick. All right, last one. That might actually be the screen right there. That one looks even better. No, we'll use the newest one. Not that one. Not that frame, though. We'll use that frame. Okay. Here we go. Last one, y'all. Hang on. Okay. Drop in your YouTube swans, your high swans, your pride swans, your pog swans, whatever fits your fancy. Oh, my hand just popped in a not very comfortable way when I did that. Interesting. My neck popped and I felt it in my hand. Worry about that another time. Greetings and salutations. My name is MichaelSchwahn and welcome to the channel. We have some more reaction content for you, and today we are checking out Mount & Blade 2 Bannerlord. Now, the reason we're checking it out is because Mount & Blade 2 Bannerlord is finally actually going into full release. Mount & Blade 2 Bannerlord has been in early access for a couple of years now at the very least, and it's finally seeing its full comeuppance, however you want to look at it. But here's one of the things that I found interesting. So if this is your first time visiting my channel, one, welcome. And two, when we do our reactions, we don't just react to whatever is the new hotness trailer, right? In this case, it would be the video that I have up, which is the release date announcement trailer. Spoilers, it's October 25th. Instead, because a lot of the times there's so much game, so many media out there, so much happening, so many things are being announced, everyone wants your time and attention and your money. Thank you for spending some time with me. That it's easy to miss things or not be able to take as much time to look at certain things as you might something else. And one of the things that I do with these reactions is I will go back and I will grab earlier trailers, including like the initial announcement trailer for whatever game we're looking at, and so that we can kind of see where a game came from and where it has arrived at. And you get some interesting surprises when you do that. So we're going to click back to the first trailer we're going to watch. And instead of that trailer being in August of 2022, it is September of 2012. This game was announced 10 years ago. Now, they have shown off, there's a lot of trailers in here. We got one from 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, which is when it went to early access, went new update trailer, and then the actual release date trailer. But I did not expect, when I was grabbing the backlog for this game's marketing media, that it would go all the way back to 2010. Not 2010, 2012. And even on top of that, it was announced in 2012 and didn't make its way into early access until 2020, which is wild. Now, I will say when I was going through here, They had a couple of other games that came out in that time. It's not that they weren't doing anything. Mountain Blade was still receiving active support, and there was another game whose name completely escapes me that they were also working on and releasing products and stuff like that during that time. So it's not that they was just complete radio silence from the company or the game in that time, but it is wild. So let's get started. 720p ass video. Man, the edit on that. Lol, you said PS. Damn, that they didn't even actually show the game in that. All they showed was a dude holding a shield, and that was it. Okay. So I guess technically you announced it, but they didn't actually show anything off until 2016. There was some like development footage and stuff in there, but this was actually the next like large trailer that I saw when I was looking for media on this. One thing is that I went through the developer's YouTube channel. They are very, very active on their YouTube channel with like development updates and stuff. So I'm sure that people were very supportive of this the entire time, but still wild. I gotta say, I have no idea actually what this game is. It's a medieval strategy open world RPG. That doesn't tell me a whole lot either. Do I command a single person or do I command multiple people? Okay, so we'll move from 2016 to 2017. This is the Cavalry Sergeant gameplay. You are a single person commanding all of those. Okay. So is it almost like an RTS then? Like, sort of? You just told them all to follow him. Yes, okay. How does that work in an open world setting, though? Isn't this game, like, multiplayer? This looks both good and bad. Well, don't you worry, Real. This is back in 2017. It might look a lot better now. The field itself is enclosed areas and it has an overworld map. Okay. That dude spewed a lot of blood for somebody who didn't fall over. So, like, visually, it looks really good. Gameplay-wise, it looks really jank. That is above par for Mountain Blade. Really, the combat itself is a tiny part of the gameplay. Okay. He got a speed bonus of 390%, not 396% damage. Don't kill your own dude. So is this like super jank Total War? Oh, we have an arrow in our side. That's not good. This looks like janky Total War with better graphics. Or like if you just tried to actually fight as a controllable unit in Total War, which you can do. It does not work very well. How long is this going for? Okay, we're going to stop this one. This one's going for a little while. We're going to go into this one. The campaign teaser from Gamescom 2018. Moving up another year. Okay, big Total War vibes. Wait. What's with the town? So this is your dude, right? Your commander, your general, whatever. Weird. I feel like this, like, I can understand why this game took so long, because I feel like this game is trying to do so many things. What happens if you die? I thought these, like, are these games multiplayer? No, it's online PvP. Okay, but otherwise it's a single player experience. Okay, early access announcement from 2019. Year at a time, year at a time. Doing so many things is also the reason why 1 was beloved, and depending on difficulty settings, your character dies and so does the save file. Okay. Like a hardcore mode, essentially, if you wanted to. Early access, March 2020. Wait, isn't that what we just watched? Oh, this... Wait. Confused. Well, this actually looks like a different trailer. Oh, is this when it went into early access? Yes. Okay. I was very confused because they both said early access trailers, but that was the announcement. This is actually when it went into early access. You can have a crap ton of things in a game, and as long as it's done well, it's okay. Look at Yakuza Like a Dragon. That's fair. The problem is not all of this actually looks like it's done well. The main thing that looks really, really jank is the combat. Like, damn, does it look, like, kind of clunky. Specifically control-wise. Visual-wise, these battlefields look cool, right? The visual fidelity and like the art direction and stuff, it's like got a strong presentation, but it looks, I don't know, difficult to play. Like, and not like it's gonna have a high difficulty, but just like it's just gonna be like awkward. All right, campaign intro from May 2021. Every single one of these trailers is 1 year of progress.
The Calradian Empire dominated the continent. Its armies scattered foes before them. The strongholds of proud tribes crumbled beneath its engines of war. From the forests of the north to the wastes of the south, all was brought beneath the standard of their legions. Brutal as the conquest was, the wise agreed that it brought peace. The land, now untroubled by armies, grew rich. But empires, like men, grow old. Leaders lose a common cause. Corruption spreads. Old enemies learn the Empire's tricks and devise new ones of their own. Until one day, the bonds holding the Empire snap. Then comes the Civil War, pitting all against all.
Free for all, last man standing becomes king.
A time of suffering. But also, even in the worst hours, a time of courage and defiance.
Sometimes it's the person doing the controls, but then why put that in your trailer? That's true. I mean, we've seen some people that are just like, man, you are terrible at this. Why are you the one showcasing it?
And new peoples.
And it could also be that everything else in the game is good enough that it doesn't matter that the combat's a little clunky.
A new world.
And as long as it's still functional and serviceable, if everything else is you know, of a higher quality to the point where you can overlook it, and then it's just like, you know, the combat's a little clunky, but it's kick-ass, so. All right. And then lastly, we have the actual release date announcement. So moving into August of 2022, our 10-year journey comes to now. Thankfully, the most recent trailer visually actually looks like the best one. Like, this is running smoother. You get, like, there's more frames. looks like they gave it quite the like visual pass too. Resolution like of the textures just looks really nice. Is this just on one platform? I'll have to double check. They'll probably tell us at the end too. Those battlefields are chaotic, which is good. That's a good thing. I will also make note that in their release date announcement, they did not show very much, if at all, of the actual combat in there. PlayStation 4 and 5, Xbox One, Xbox Series X and S, and PC. So it is on everything bar the Switch. And currently, early access, cost you $50. Ouch. Which probably means that the full release will either still be $50 or will be $60. There's no plan to change pricing after early access, so it's $50. It is $50 dues. Yeah, chaotic is very realistic for Battlefield, so I mean, at least they got that right. And I did notice that they did not show the combat in the most recent trailer. And I think that will probably end up being the only real, like, mark that I held against everything we saw. Obviously, as we got farther along in the game's development and closer to modern release, the game got a lot more graphical fidelity in it, in terms of like this most recent trailer looked great. Some of the animations kind of like the transition between animations, it was a little clunky, like a character just standing there and then it's like, oh, walk now. You know, but that's just something that happens in games, and there's a lot of work that has to go on for, I forget what it's called, for like animation blending of transitioning an animation from one to another. Even if it's just a start and stop animation, there's actually animations involved in moving between those two animations. So, you know, it's something that you can get nitpicky on, but it's not something that to me is a very big deal. But the game looks really good. It's got a lot of things going on in it. The biggest like actual thing that I'm like, is actually the individual combat of like you fighting somebody else looked very rough, but that's really where I'd put it. Got it for 40 owning the first one. Oh, okay, cool. But so that's Mountain Blade 2 Bannerlord. You know, I've heard so much about Mountain Blade, but it's never been something that I have gotten into ever. I had a couple of friends like 6 years ago or so that were obsessed with, I presume, the first one, because this one's only been in early access for 2 years. 10 years ago, if it was on multiple platforms, it would have been chokeholded, but limited by the platforms it was on. Well, I mean, that could still be a case. I mean, the base model Xbox One and the base model PlayStation 4 are definitely incredibly weak systems hardware-wise. So, you know, it might have been 10 years ago they were developing for PlayStation 3 and 4, and then as it took time and time and time, it moved into PlayStation 4 and then PlayStation 4 and 5 and so on, applied to other systems. And I'm pretty sure that at base they're developing for PC. But, you know, that's not a bad thing in any circumstance, and it is what it is, where it is, and how it is. But yeah, you know, that was better than I was expecting, but also had some rough edges in places that I wasn't expecting it to have rough edges. So yeah, let me know what your thoughts are down in the comments below. If you've played Mountain Blade 2 Bannerlord in its early access period, I'd love to hear from you. If you played the first game and just haven't moved into the second one yet, let me know what your thoughts are, where you're sitting. If this is your first time seeing the franchise or really taking a closer look at it, put your thoughts down in the comments below. If you want to keep the conversation elsewhere, two great places to do so are Discord and Twitter. Speaking of Discord, we actually have a channel dedicated to these reactions where you can place links of your own that we can watch together live on stream, because we do stream 4 days a week, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday, and I would love to see you there. If you enjoyed this video, please leave it a like. If you want to catch future videos, please subscribe to the channel. And if you do watch one of the other videos on the channel, or if I see you in the live stream, thank you and enjoy. Yeah. Bring that back up. My legs are big Angie buns. Ah. I need to go for a walk or something. Well, I'll probably sit down for a minute first. I completely forgot that I'd asked off for work tomorrow. I need to double check that I like actually did and didn't just talk about it. But I'm pretty sure I did. Because I know we don't have work on Tuesday. You have a treat? I like treats. Speaking of after stream, where are we going? Let's go look. Twitch. Who's streaming right now? Our viewership has been all over the place today, but I feel like that's not too wild for what we do on Sundays. Francie's online playing Hearthstone. Maddie's playing Stream Raiders. Eboshi's playing Dead by Daylight. Coco Jobro's playing Dead by Daylight. Feel free to bark at you tomorrow anytime if you're doing campaign. Sounds good, El Canadiano. Francie just started 13 minutes ago. Eboshi is on 10.5 hours. Minimal just started 15 minutes ago. Coco's on 2 hours. I'm probably gonna raid minimal gameplay. Let me take a look at who else is in the Stream Raiders category real quick. Dr. Krabby's doing a partner push. Has anyone hung out with Purely Cold-Blooded before?
It's paint fast, but it's not gonna fall apart, which is nice. So I don't care if the paint wears off.
You have not.
It's kind of like whatever. I just need something that's not gonna break. So it's the only one I really read that doesn't break. It just has like paint wearing off eventually.
I see Purely's skins in my battles all of the time.
Let's probably have a code to get paid for that advertising this. Maybe I should contact
Canadian Animals Chatty. Safe Place, ADHD, playing with viewers, snakes, reptiles. We're going to go visit Purely Cold-Blooded just because I want to tell them that they have nice Stream Raider skins. Because I do see their skins in Fender is constantly using Purely Cold-Blooded's skins. They were, yeah, no kidding, Athena. No kidding. Boy, howdy do they. Okay, so we'll go visit Purely Cold-Blooded so that I can say hi, maybe be introduced to a new person. There was a tweet that went out from a really big creator called, I don't actually know how his name is pronounced. It could be Goth the Lion or Gothalion. I'm not sure. Anyway, he's a very big content creator. He's a very respectable individual. But he always, if he can, tries to raid female content creators or female identifying or femme presented content creators, primarily because of the shit that they go through, and because despite as much crap as they get for being like, oh, you just put your boobs on stream and you get viewers, that is actually not realistically the case. And I was like, that's a really good message and probably a good thing to try to encourage to do in general as well. 1 monk and 1 gladiator, either which can be yours for 420 channel points. The numbers show otherwise. Exactly, El Canadiano. Exactly. And then you find out, like, even the successful ones, the shit that they have to deal with. I don't know if anyone saw the stuff surrounding Amaranth today, but fucking damn it. Anyway, so these are my socials. Please follow me on social media if you would. Follow me on Twitter. Come join the Discord. Go check out the YouTube channel. And otherwise, this is the raid message. It was either today or late last night, Eve. I was reading about it this morning. But I was reading about it at like 11 a.m. But that's 11 a.m. Alaska time, so who knows when it actually happened. If you are not a subscriber, you can unlock that emote for 100 channel points. Nope, this is something else, Eve. I don't really want to talk about it right now because, one, we're getting ready to leave, and two, because it would need to have much more time to be given to talk about it. So, but with that said, we are going to go raid 1 purely cold-blooded. Like, I would be fine talking about it, but there's more information that needs to be brought out, and also, like, a longer conversation that needs to be had about it because of certain circumstances. So with that said, we're going to go raid purely cold-blooded, say hi so that I can thank them for the wonderful skins that Fender uses in our battles. And just to say hi in general, meet someone new, and hopefully have a good experience over there. I might be back tomorrow. Otherwise, I will be back on Tuesday. I appreciate all of you very much, and I will see you next time. Goodbye, everybody.